Hello, hello. We're here on a warm, I'd say summer. Is it summer? I don't know if it's summer yet. Is it summer? Is it really summer? I don't know. It's warm though. It's very warm. So because it's warm, I shouldn't advertise what it is. I don't know whether that counts as advertisement, but it's basically adult fruit shoot. Copperberg. We're with raspberry today. Scotland is too warm. Yeah, it's technically not summer. Isn't summer like the 21st of June is the summer solstice when all the druids go around Stonehenge like screaming for something? I don't know. I don't think they're screaming. I'm sure it's pretty good. I did once look up how to become a druid. There is actually a full course you can take. It's very complicated, very expensive. This is very warm. Although outside it's nice, inside it's not nice. Outside it's quite nice. It's quite breezy. It's not too windy. It's not too hot. Like I've just been over to the shop right now and it's been quite nice. But yeah. Yeah, you can sign up to become a druid and everything. There's like lessons, there's different circles. Google become a druid. It's a whole thing. There's like druidry.org and everything. I looked it up once. It's like a 3-year course though. It takes a while. It's a long process. There's a lot of singing and lots of reading. I mean, I just wanted to dance around Stonehenge as a proper druid once, and then I realised all the effort wasn't worth it. No, I kid you not, it's a full organisation where you can become it's like the Masons. You can become like a certain tier of druid is everything. I haven't actually started it. I didn't pay for it. I was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool to become a druid? Looked into it and I was like, wow, it's like a proper institution and everything, isn't it? So, they put the response to general chat, did they? What's the general chat? I wait to hear this. I bug reported it, but I haven't done enough video on it. Oh, I mean, that's fair. So, here's the thing, right, Taha. There's a difference between something happening in game that's kind of bad and something that's bugged. This is the problem with Fortis, right? Fortis is not bugged in the sense that Fortis now does damage. This deals damage now, right? It's not bugged. The problem is it doesn't do what it's meant to do. So it's like a very fine line between something that is bugged and something that is not bugged, but it's not very good interaction, right? I mean, That's the problem. Like, the Soul Reap is meant to ignore defense, but Harima's passive is technically meant to reduce ignore defense mechanics, so technically it's not bugged, but in reality, against what's the purpose of Soul Reap, what is Soul Reap meant to do, it's not good. I think that's the problem. Soul Reap is meant to ignore defense. That's his whole, like that's like its vision, that's its purpose. When I take someone to 20%, they die. And like, just because Harima has a passive that ignores defense multiplier, that shouldn't affect that. It should be added as an exception, not that. So I like Fortis. Fortis is better than you think. But that's the problem, Kessel. They're saying the Harima passive is intentional. So it's an argument. So it's a dev principle. The dev is going, it's not bugged. One skill ignores 100% defense, the other skill reduces ignore defense mechanics. It's working as intended. Whereas the players are kind of going, yeah, but just because it's working as intended doesn't mean that it's in line with what the blessing is meant to do, which is a bug. It's kind of like a meeting of the minds. Who's going to break first? Is the dev going to realize that just because functionality-wise it works doesn't mean that it's meant to work in that fashion? No, we were talking about Harima's passive, right? Harima has this passive where she enemy ignore defense effects are decreased by 50%. So the idea with Soul Reap is meant to ignore all this effect. But Soul Reap ignores things like strengthen and Duchess and those sorts of things, but it doesn't ignore this because this is unique. So they forgot to add this as an exception. So programmatically speaking, it ignores 100% defense and then this reduces it by 50%. That's not a bug. But in the spirit of what the blessing is meant to do, it is a bug because realistically, a blessing that is meant to execute an enemy shouldn't have to deal with this if the description says it ignores all damage reduction effects. This is not ignoring a damage reduction effect. It's, as I said, it's like a developer going, the functionalities between the two skills work exactly how they're programmed to, and then the product manager going, I get that, but the product is meant to do something different. The product actuality and reality is meant to do something different to what the programming tells you. So we want to make sure the programming matches what we were meant to do. So yeah, if you read the Soul Reap passive, it basically says, where is it? When this champion hits a target and decreases the HP to a certain threshold, a Reaper will appear and deal extra damage equal to the target's remaining HP. Doesn't ignore shield, kind of a bad. For AoE attacks, each a target has their attack HP reduced to the threshold and the attack will be visited by Reaper. Ironically, Reaper is coded as AoE anyway, so that concept is a bit irrelevant. The Reaper will ignore defense, as well as all damage reduction, skills, effects, and buffs. This is where my argument comes into it. I can see why a developer is going, it's not bugged. Because he's going, well, the skill is meant to reduce ignore defense. It is. It's not, the ignoring defense is not a damage reduction effect. It's not the same thing, right? Damage reduction effects and skills are considered to be like Duchess passive. Things that are coded as 7004. Ignoring defense is coded differently. So I can see why a developer is going, it's working as intended. But me, as like a product manager head, is looking at it going, no, this blessing's purpose is to execute a target. Why is it not executing a target? That's what I'm looking at. And I'm going, well, firstly, this should be ignoring shields because it should ignore all shields, right? Because even if I get someone to like 1% HP, I'm only going to do 1% of their HP as damage. If the shield is 2%, then he doesn't die. Problems. It should also ignore all passives. It should also, by the way, state that this doesn't work in PvE because this effect only applies to champions. It does not apply to bosses, which is why it sucks in Hydra. Because Hydra has got that passive that reduces AoE damage. Soul Reap as an entirety is coded as an AoE damage attack. Therefore, Soul Reap gets halved in Hydra. That's why it's so bad. Where it doesn't happen like that in other content. So either you have to update this to be more specific, but then have a blessing that doesn't match the principal purpose of its blessing purpose, which is once you hit a certain threshold, I execute you. Or they need to update it to go, okay, well, we're going to take out anything that reduces ignore defense. We're going to take out shield. You do that, then it's actually a pretty good blessing. As it stands, I think this is one of the worst blessings in the game now. The only reason why I have it on Constantine is because when this threshold procs, it procs on any of his attacks, so therefore I can get his passive to apply. But I think this is one of the worst blessings in the game now. Why would you take a threat like a Soul Reap that gives you 4% threshold when you can just go over here and take this, and this is going to give you a chance to basically like protect one of your buffs for free and deal bonus damage? Like, why would I? Why? This already deals at rank 3. This will deal more damage. Why? Because it'll deal equivalent to 2, 4, 6%. You can stack it up to 3%, right? You can stack up to 3 times, yeah? So at 3-star, you can get 3 stacks, 6% damage. It's better than 3-star Soul Reap. Because you get the protection buff, only about 2% less damage. And it's max HP damage, so it's not based on target current HP, it's max HP. Oh, you want me to roll some gear? Okay, hang on. Let me see if I can triple roll a piece for you. Let's have a look. What do we got going on here? Oh, double. That's close. Let's have a look over here. What do we got? Triple. Ooh, that was pretty bad, though. Triple. Ooh, it's close. Pretty terrible, though. It's a lot of HP. You just know the triple's coming any second now. It's a close one. Was a close one. Ooh, another close one. Where's the challenge account? I haven't played it today. I will be back on playing it in a bit. I did do a lot of training. I did do a chunk of training on it the other day. So I've made another 6-star. I got Nazana at 6-star now, so that's progress. The primary focus of today is I want to make Artak work in Ice Golem. I've got to do the champion training tournament. Close. So I've got to do that. Not champion training. Artifact enhancement. Sorry. Let me get this right. So we've got the artifact enhancement to do. We've got the... I want to do Artak in Ice Golem. And we've got to do Hydra. I also have to do... Because I haven't done it yet. Iron Twins. So while we're talking, let's run some Iron Twins. So yeah. The magic isn't working yet. We've got to warm up to it. I agree, cool. I don't know why Harima's special. As I said, it's one of those things, again, that I'm on a bit of a bandwagon on at the moment, which is consistency. I don't mind if they make decisions, as long as those decisions are consistent. What I have a problem with is when decisions are made and they're not consistent. So... hopefully this week as well, I'll be able to do some playtesting on the new dungeon artifact sets. I'm really curious about Affinity Breaker with regards to the new Sand Devil team that I built. Oh, this is going to be a wipe, I think. Unless he's got increased attack. Oh, that's okay then. We're fine now. The new Sand Devil team I built. I did release the video quite late today because I recorded it quite late. That's why it's out late today. This fails if I don't get decreased attack out. Which happens a lot. Like, it's going to probably wipe. Unless we get lucky. Yeah, this is going to wipe probably because I didn't get decreased attack out. Might be alright. Spirit's the worst one because... the strong affinity to Geomancer and Aox, which aren't built up yet, so probably got enough damage with the remaining HP burn, it's fine. I hope. There's only a little bit to go. I haven't built 3 Painkeeper team yet, no. To be honest, I haven't finished the Masteries and leveling up the Geomancer. Once I do that, it should probably be fine. Like, this is probably going to get it over the line. I hope. Just hit the target. Oh, for God's sake. What generally happens, this will fail if I don't get enough extension on decreased attack. Especially on this affinity more than anything else. So close to dying. Like, I wish it would just die already. Come on. There we go. It's fine. You got finally got all 3 Doomtown normal rotations completed. Nice. Congratulations. I have been running it a lot because I'm expecting a hero's path at the end of the week. I'm subscribing to Earbad's thinking that we're going to get a hero's path at the end of the week and it'll be summon shards and summon souls. I could be wrong, but I think that's what's going to happen. No, they didn't change anything with Tag Team Arena. I haven't seen the Quintus showcase. There's not that many people that have it, right? But I don't really feel like there's much to showcase with Quintus at the moment. If you've got buffs, he deals lots of damage. So, wow, we got unlucky. And he's resisted. Oh, for the love of all that is real. It's gonna torment me today. There isn't any teams. Did you see Hellhades video when he looked at it? He had 3,100 Iron Twins teams. And when he took Geomancer out, he had 200. I was like, he didn't make a note of it in the video. I messaged him. I was like, do you realize how many teams you lost? Oh, this is going to be another wipe. The problem with Quintus is, why would you take Quintus when you can get Taras? That's going to be the problem with Quintus. Why would you take Quintus when you can get Taras? There's no benefit. Zero benefit. So... yeah, there's just no point. He's squishier. I actually thought he'd make a difference, but I was speaking to Rats about it, and Rats was like, well, he's just squishier than Taras, and Taras already one-shots everyone, so why do I need Quintus? And I was like, it's kind of a point. The best place, I think, for Quintus? Clan Boss. That's where I think Quintus's best place will be. Clan Boss. Yeah, Mithrala Deity is really good. The passive, come on. I have no damages in this team, apart from Geo, and we're proccing everything today. Some days Iron Twins is just brutal. I hate that thing here, bad. They need to fix that. I don't know how they fix it, but they do. Oh, he's resisted the burn. Come on. The game is already... This is... hopefully we're getting all the Hydra rubbish out of the way. Because if this is the RNG I'm going to get on Hydra, it's going to be a long stream. That's all I'm saying. I don't think Iron Twins is a waste of resources. There's very few things to use my resources on these days. Like, I probably did 400 plus dragon runs to win the tournament. And I basically kept like 12 pieces. What else am I going to spend my resources on? Explain to me. I do have a Valkyrie. Do you know if Grisor is good for Clan Boss? I've not seen a vid with normal only Hydra. I don't think his kit is necessarily that ideal for Clan Boss in the sense that you don't get the debuff priorities that you want, I think. I don't think he does decrease attack, right? There's just better options for Clan Boss, basically. Because this team works fine. It's just not built. Like, you've got to realize, I haven't got masteries or full level on Geomancer and Aox on the weakest affinity. And it's just rolling, like... I could run the triple Painkeeper if I wanted to, but this works. I can do this in under a minute if I get lucky. That stuff, though, I can't really... You can't really legislate for that, can you? When he 3%s the burn back to back. It's not like he hasn't got enough accuracy. He's just 3%ing. You know, you just can't legislate for that in a team. This is a 100% win rate once I finish building it up. I just haven't finished building it up yet. Like, this is the worst affinity as well, right? Because it's Spirit. I've got accuracy. He's landing the burn. He's just deciding to 3% the freaking HP burn. I'm also not getting that much reliability on the extent of the decreased attack. Which is not great. which is why I just died there, because I didn't have decreased attack out. Hopefully I get it back before. There you go. See, when decreased attack's out, it's fine. No burn though, which is just brilliant. Because, you know, bad RNG. It's not, it's just I'm having bad RNG. It's fine. Absolutely fine. Hey Nova. I'll be right back, 1 second. Watch the chair for a bit. Honestly, what is this run? I've ran this so many times and I've not had this much problem in one run. Honestly. Live Arena equals cool content, in your opinion? Live Arena will be dead in probably a month or two. Once Quintus is acquired by most people, they probably won't go back. It's the decreased attack. If the decreased attack falls off and I try to revive, you get stomped. So, are you planning on coming up with the Sand Devil comp using Teodor? Why would... No, Teodor doesn't work. I would not use Teodor in Sand Devil. No, I think Kleidner's only use is Sand Devil, and I think it's pretty poor at that. So, getting player back into running dungeons, or at least making them more attractive. Idea of allowing rank and rarity charms with subside charms balanced. Not sure what you mean. What's the question here, Cool? Well, it'll be more difficult because if you have less players... Oh, he's 3%ing the attack buff. I'm going to lose my mind. How can I run this some days and go 6 out of 6 perfect and then other days... I'm just getting all my RNG out of the way. We're getting all the bad RNG out of the way for Hydra. Well, if people stop playing Live Arena, you're not going to get anything, are you? So... But the thing is, unless they're going to change Taras Marichka, you're never going to get a good experience in Live Arena. Because it's too dominant. It's affecting normal Arena Reset. Basically, normal Arena Reset is just Taras Marichka. Taras Marichka. There's no variety, diversity, there's no... adjustments. The polymorph change does absolutely nothing. So unless they're going to fix the underlying problem, then what? You're not going to see any difference. There we go. Yeah, somebody has luck, I'll show you. One person here. Some people I think are getting... I think these two are getting bots. There's no way that these two have climbed so much to get up there so quickly. I think they're getting bot tested. You're starting to see more people in gold now, I guess. But I'll be honest. I have so little interest in getting Quintus beyond like messing around in Clan Boss. The 3% is to allow variability, I guess. And also for them to allow to have champions that don't resist to add more value. Why can't we combine silver and gold medals? What do you mean? What do you mean combine? You can only spend silver on silver and gold on gold. Like, I'll do my live arena 10 battles a day from time to time. Like, I might do some on stream. I have no interest in pushing it at all. I just don't see them, like... I find my experience is worse when I play it. So if I don't play it, I don't get frustrated by it. However, today, like Iron Twins is trying to do it to me. Because the chances of me proccing his damn passive is so low. The fact that that keeps 3%ing is so low. They've got enough accuracy. They're both over 550 accuracy. It's destroying my mind today. If I don't have a weaken on my clan boss, is it worth subbing out Frozen Banshee for Scabrous? Weaken is 25% damage overall. So whatever damage your champions are dealing, put 25% on them, and then work out how much damage you think Scabrous is going to do, and that'll tell you the answer. If the combined growth 25% of your 4 other champions is more than what you think you're going to lose, it's worth it. If not, probably not. We are looking at multi-account support flash rates, yes, we are looking at it. I don't know if it's top priority, but we are looking at it. I did speak to Rats about the two in the top 2, and he said everything is legit, they're just getting bot tested, I think he said. Don't quote me on that. Because I asked him the questions like, are these guys legit? You know more about this than I do, and it looks really suspicious. He's like, no, it looks all good, he's watched them, he talks to them. It's just fine. So if he says it's legit, I trust it, but at the same time, it did look suspicious. What is Aox's role in this? Aox's role is this passive. Whenever Aox gets attacked, he has a chance to extend 2 random debuffs by a duration. So his role in here is to provide decreased attack and passively increase the burn duration. Saf, I watched your video about the Sandiv. I do have a video myself and it is 100% and I've been using it for a long time and an area is booked to in 5 turns. It's worth checking out. Yeah, I thought there would be overgaming. I thought there would be some with a 5 turn. I know that there were some with Mother Sabelle as a revive on death, right? So I figured there would be. I just wanted to do something a little bit different. So I think it's pretty cool. I'm always afraid doing videos like this because someone comes along and goes, someone's already done that. And I'm like, yeah, it's a little bit different though, isn't it? Not every team is the same team. You might use the same champions, it's not all the same team. I might do some PvP, I doubt it. I've got a pretty busy stream. Yeah, exactly. So you have this passive here. We'll see if we can cycle back around to it. We get back around to it. That was too slow. Heal Spring. So he has this passive. Increases the duration of 2 random debuffs on the attacker by 1 turn when attacked. Occurs once per hit. So basically the more times I get hit, the more debuffs I extend. So ideally, I want him to be extending the attack and the burn. So you see here, like we get see the numbers going up. The longer we can keep the burn and the decreased attack, the safer it is. That's why we don't have speed debuff, because we don't really care. because we just want to basically power cycle. The more times we can push the Iron Twins turn meter, the quicker we can get into this phase. And once you get into this phase, like, you'll see how quickly it goes when he starts using that Doomsday device. Like, watch his HP bar here chunk now. 1, 2, 3. Chunks a lot. As long as we can keep decreased attack and burn up, it's great. Just the runs the first few runs we did tonight were so inconsistent because of RNG. This one is a lot harder as well because it's Spirit, so the Geomancer and the Aox are going to get hit a lot harder, and as you can see, they're not full builds yet. I haven't got all the masteries done on them. I haven't fully built them out. Once I get them fully built out, it's going to be a lot safer. So, according to Ash, Sniper affects A1. It doesn't. Sniper can only affect debuff applications. Extending debuffs is not a debuff application, so it doesn't work. If I wanted to use Optimus, I wanted to do a gear cleanser. If it's possible to see the rating of an artifact, which rating do you recommend to sell? I wouldn't sell based on ratings. I would use the ratings to identify some pieces that I think would be bad, so pieces that I identified as poor, and then have a look in context of that piece if it's just poor because it's a niche pick, or it's poor because it's an actual poor piece, right? It's the ratings are there to help you identify possible sells, not go, it's poor, so I'll sell it. Don't ever sell anything based exclusively on a rating because that's an opinion. But you can use it as a reference. But how many times has he, like, 3%ed the goddamn burn tonight? That's like the 4th time. He places the weaken, but the burn, no, we got 3% that. Honestly. So what I would do is use the ratings to look up the worst ratings and then see if those pieces correspond to, yeah, I should sell them. This is going to be another wipe because he's just procced his passive. It's not. It's the way that Geomancer works. He's bucked. It's Geomancer. Geomancer will always weak hit the burn. Your English is great over gaming. Perfect English. I understood everything you said. Lethal is an overall better set because you get 10% crit rate, but you might, you know, it doesn't matter if you lose the 10% crit rate for Savage. They're both equally good. But obviously one is a passive. Okay. I have no damage in this. I literally have, the only damage I have in this team is Geomancer's passive. See how hard it is to like proc this passive. 3 times. Hey, Bozos. Knowing which stats is a long-term learning process, Yuval. It's not something that's like I can give you a sentence and tell you the answer to. That's why the ratings are there to help, to kind of like point you in the right direction. It's not that selling gear based on the ratings is bad. It's just you shouldn't do it exclusively on just that. What I would suggest you do, Yuval, is if you look in Hellhades' YouTube channel, you will probably find some videos where he talks about what are good pieces to keep. Go watch one of those because it will be more informative than what I can give you now on a live stream. You know, if you hang about, we'll probably do a bit of a gear cleanse later because I've got to do the artifact enhancement. But it's not like a silver one-line sentence that says this is the best piece. Especially some sets like Protection and things like Stone Skin are very hard to gear cleanse because nearly all pieces are good. All I would say is focus on stats that make sense. So you don't really want crit rate with resistance. You don't really want crit damage with flat stats, right? So obviously if the primary pieces are flat, you don't want them. If you have a lot of substat rolls that are flat on things like chest pieces and legs and gloves, you don't want those. It's fine to technically have some flat stat rolls on things like rings and amulets because there's not that many desirable substats to begin with. And then you're just kind of looking at, okay, moving up your gear from eventually from 5-star priority to more 6-star priority. Start trying to cleanse it that way. But definitely start with watching some of the gear cleanse videos that Hellhades has got because he does, they're long, they're about 40 minutes, but it gives you a lot more information in that 40 minutes than I could probably give you in a stream gear cleanse because I'm doing it at pace to keep the stream interesting and engaging. If I go down to the doldrums of specifics, it gets boring. So, but that's a good advice. Yeah, look at the gear and figure out what you would use it for. Does it give me enough damage? Does it give me enough accuracy? Does it give me enough debuffs? So, I was eating a slice of bread. Because I got a little bit hungry. I'm nearly done with the Dungeon Divers. I'll probably finish this with Artak. Just a bit of a fusion update. We are at 50 fragments. Not wraps, no. Just bread. We are at 50 fragments. I completed both sets on the Summon Rush. And I have done every event so far. And I decided, because the Dungeon Divers was so good, I bursted up to position 2 on Dragon Tourney. So I got 5 fragments. So now that I've got 5 fragments, I don't have to do the second Summon Rush. So I've saved myself a Summon Rush. I may have burnt 400 to 500 gems here, but I don't have to do another Summon Rush now. All I have to do is all the events to the end of the tournament, and I'm end of the fusion. I'm done. So I've got my Classic Arena one here. We'll be looking at Ice Golem now. I've already got both of the Dungeon Divers, because actually I kind of want this chest. It could be terrible. I could get like 5 tier 2 essence or something, but I could get lucky, right? So I kind of want this chest. And the oil, to be honest, this superior oil is like 700 energy anyway. So I figured I'd go for it. Why? Because actually the Dungeon Divers is good. I went for it because I was close anyway. I didn't have... So on my main account, I didn't have any of the times 10 champions. Right? I didn't have any of them. So... For example... See if I can find what they were. I can't remember exactly, but I remember I didn't have any of them. What were the times 10 champs? Anyone remember what they were? Someone's got them announced somewhere, right? Surely someone's announced them somewhere. No? Okay, apparently not. Yeah, Shamel's a void. I'm talking about the non-void. I'm pretty sure I didn't have Wither. I didn't have 2 Hanurak. I didn't have... I think I had Elva. News in game, thank you. Good idea. Good idea, QWERTY. That's Pre-Melhain. Yeah, so I didn't have Wither. I didn't have Galkabar. I did have an Elva. Didn't have 2 Hanurak. So I figured, why not? Pull some shards, maybe I get a Galkabar and Wither. Probably won't, but hey. I figured it was worth it. I figured if I can go deep and get both of them on this one, then the fusion was much more accessible. Didn't have to buy any shards. I just used the sacreds that I got. I had a weekly one from Tag Team, so I was able to get this one here as well. Didn't get anything for my troubles. But what convinced me to do it was the quality of the Dungeon Divers. Because of this. Right, you've got to understand that this and this is a lot of energy. You're talking this alone is about 800 energy to farm. So it's paying off in dividends. Because I got to do Dragon and get like 800 energies worth of oil. This is probably another 600 energies worth of oil. So I've got about 1500 energy of oil that I don't have to farm. And if I can get this, these rewards are very good. Are you going to do the 1+1 tomorrow, Earbad? What do you mean it's bait? 1+1 Sacreds is the best event for Sacreds. You realize that? It's literally the best event for Sacreds. Unless it's a guaranteed champion, which you've got plenty for, 1+1 events are the best. So in my head, I'm like, I don't really understand where else you'd use it outside of guaranteed, and you've got more than enough. So obviously, I'm not saying you should put them. All I'm just saying is it's kind of the best. There is no mercy for sacred. There's literally... So when it comes to sacred shards, the only time you ever should really pull sacred shards if all you care about is legendaries are 1+1 or guaranteed. You don't pull on ×2 sacreds because they're trash. You pull on 1+1 or guaranteed. Just because of the way it converts. The mercy is irrelevant for sacreds. You know, obviously if someone was on like 20, it's different because you probably need 20 for a guaranteed. But someone who's on like 70 or 60, it's kind of like, well, what have you got to lose? Like, what if you're not, like, what are you going to keep them for? You don't need more than... I think you need like 6 sacreds to do a summon rush. You don't need more than that for an fusion event. So you'll always have shards for a fusion event. There's always going to be another one, yeah, for sure. You got, yeah, well, Samir, last time I did a ×2 sacred, what did I get? Barely anything from like 16 sacred shards. So if you care about legendaries, 1+1 is where you want to go. That's all I'm saying. The math, the odds, the probability. The only time you want to pull on ×2, I mean, this applies to ancient shards as well and void shards. The only really time you care about ×2 is if you want the epics. If you don't want the epics, you never pull on a ×2 because it's bad. You're better off waiting for a guaranteed, or you're better off waiting for 1+1. Or a target, like Void is probably a targeted ×10. Build your Mercy up and then target a ×10 you want. But that's Void only. So you can't pull Void Legendaries from the Sacred Shard, no. And I get that. I know it's a player meme. So, we need to build Artak for survival mode. Is he booked up? I think he's booked, right? We booked him now. I think he's fully booked now. Yeah, we might as well go Brimstone on him. Get some more accuracy and stuff. So, we want to build Artak. Not in this terrible build. I feel like we want to build him... Let's go with 250. Let's go with 220. No crit rate. And we need like 350 accuracy. We're going to be building for Ice Golem. Let's go to Ice Golem. Stage boss. Hard. Stage 20. No decreased attack or weaken. Now, he will have resistance aura of 75, but it's going to be boosted by 2.5%, I want to say. Owella Deville. 2.5, yeah. So we're going to get like 75 times 1.25. It's like 76. He's going to have increased resistance buff. I think that's all he's going to have. Because Elva's going to give him block debuffs, increased speed. We don't really care about those. Cool. So let's just have a look at stats. What do we got going on here? Rework, speed, primary stat, accuracy, organized by speed. I think he's going to be faster. My Tomb Dreng can do it in about 2 minutes. I've actually got Tomb Dreng built, so we could do a side-by-side comparison. But I think he's going to be faster when we build him up proper. So this is the fastest. Reaction, believe it or not, is the fastest. So I guess we're going to stick with that. This one, I kind of need to have accuracy with some defensive capabilities. I don't really want damage here. Can't touch you, can't touch you. Do we have one that isn't damage? That would be nice. Apparently not. Damage is the name of the game, apparently. I wouldn't mind... See, if that was not crit damage triple roll, that would be tempting. Oh, do we reforge that? That's tempting. Do we reforge that? Do we reforge that? That's tempting. I mean, HP and crit damage is really bad. I think that's a rework. What are we going to get? Good. Accuracy. Oh! So close. Started with A. Didn't quite get there. Did not quite get there. Look how much like reaction stuff I have in this faction. I don't... This is what's worse about Warlord. Look how much reaction I have ready for Warlord. But I don't have Warlord. How brutal is that? Let's just roll some, see what we get. Hey, YST. How's it going? Are you surviving? I know you were struggling earlier. It's warm, isn't it? It's very warm today. We are building Artak for Ice Golem right now. Trying to find a good amulet. So I'm kind of looking for like defense, accuracy, resistance. Not crit damage. Apparently I have like very few non-crit damage amulets that are good. These are all like split rolls. Like a couple in accuracy, if I'm being honest. Resistance HP, resistance crit damage. Like something like this, but a bit better. I could take this piece. I'm not using Tila, let's take that. Ramp it on up. Time to see how much silver we burn. We started at 22 million. That's pretty good. Could get better. Revenge would be nice, if I'm being honest, but I don't really think I have. So, right, so live refresh. How much mortal Solstice do you think is going to be necessary to achieve a new kind of event tournament? Well, Mateus, let me just put it into perspective. I have not whaled as hard as some people. That's what you're competing with. I've bought 2 packs because I thought they were good prices. So I've only bought 2 packs. Some people would have bought a lot more. I'm sitting on 16,000 tier 1s as well, so I'm sitting on another 16 tier 1s. How much are you going to need to finish the event? God knows. I've no idea. But in terms of winning the event, probably that's your competition. Let's put this to 7. What do I do to improve my clan boss damage? Well, it depends what you've got at the moment, Laka. If you're not running unkillable, that's an option. If you're running 1-1, then the goal would be to try and get yourself to a 2-1 team. That will help you a lot. So you're going 2 turns to every 1 turn of the clan boss. And then once you start getting unkillable options, you can start growing as well. Only 6 months, I know, right? It's not much. It took me only 6 minutes to buy the pack. Crouching Grandpa. This looks good. Can we not steal it from Ruel or Scartorsis? Can we do one without Ruel and Scartorsis? Because I'm pretty sure that's on my... Wait, shouldn't he be locked? Pretty sure Ruel should be locked. How much did you get the Soul Stones for? It was when they were doing the crazy week. So I think I invested some money in a future video, which I was going to do like when I did it, but then they announced the tournaments. So I haven't pulled them yet. I think I paid something like $79 for the first pack and then $40 for the other one. And I think it was like 160 for 79 and 80 for 40 or something like that. So I basically got like 200 for $100, give or take. I only ever used to buy them, or used to. I only ever buy them when it's 2 to 1. When you get 2 tier 1 Soul Stones for $1, then I think it's pretty okay. Do I recommend you spend money on it? No. I've never tell people to buy stuff. That's just silly. If you want to spend some of your hard-earned money on it, that's the better deal to do it on. What tournaments are you talking about? They are going to be doing a soul summoning tournament. That looks like it'll be a chase tournament and a summon event, and there will be a hero's path. So the current tinfoil hat theory that me and Earbad have got cooking, well, Earbad cooked it and I'm subscribing to it, is that on Friday, when there's a ×2 void, I think it's voids, they will do a hero's path, and the path components will be summoning shards and summoning soul stones to complete the hero's path. That's my tinfoil hat theory that I said Earbad was cooking and I kind of agree with. So, would really like to do iTwin, but yeah, I mean, isn't it disgusting that they did these area bonuses and they completely forgot Sand Devil and Iron Twins? Like, come on. Seriously, like 2 areas where you need to get 500 plus accuracy and you don't put any accuracy bonuses in. Like, what are they thinking? But hey, make sure you go buy those 6-star souls now that they're going to be giga powered. I don't really want to take from Scartorsis or Tyre. Tyre's now locked into Team 1. You're locked into Team 1. I should change the masteries around, actually. I don't really want War Master, I'll be honest. I want War Master for Hydra, but I do not want War Master for Ice Golem, because it's going to wake the boss. So I think we're going to have to go... I'm going to have to go this. I think we have to go that. Yeah, I'm worried if I go War Master, I'm going to proc the boss's passive. Earbad. Which is going to spell Doom. Because obviously with Dreng, you don't take War Master either. Is Weaken the better decreased defense? Weaken in the early stages, so the first tiers of clan boss is stronger than decreased defense. Then as the clan boss gets up to like brutal plus, decreased defense takes over as a better debuff for overall damage. Weaken is still better because you can basically multiply your damage by 25%. It's still better, but Spirit Haste over deterrence. Yeah, we could do. Could do. Could do. Yeah, there's nothing else better. Isn't Brimstone going to all speed? Brimstone doesn't activate the Ice Golem passive. Go again. Could you please make a video for Sand Devil 18 to 24, please? I kind of already have Ionut. If you look at the first video I did on Sand Devil, you just need to basically take the same concept, but just reduce the speed incrementally based on the boss's speed. So, if, you know, as long as an area is one speed faster than the boss at stage 18, the same team should work. You just need to, it's just going to be a bit of an incremental step. Saf, mind telling me where the Sniper Masteries work and doesn't work? Yeah, so Sniper, read the skill description, increases the chance of placing any debuff from skills or artifact. So it has to physically place a debuff. So that is decreased defense, weaken, sleep, decreased defense, weaken, decrease attack, things like decreased accuracy, decreased resistance, decreased crit damage. A physical debuff is placed on the target. Instant effects do not apply. Things like increase buff duration, debuff duration doesn't apply. Decrease buff duration doesn't apply. Increase skill cooldowns doesn't apply. They are not debuffs, they are instant effects. So if someone places a burn or a poison or a decreased attack, Sniper will work. If someone does an instant effect like a Warlord A3, dropping turn meter is an instant effect. The decreased speed debuff works. Decreasing turn meter does not. So that's the key thing you need to read, is the placing debuff. This is why there was confusion about Polymorph, because Polymorph technically doesn't place a debuff. What Polymorph does is it passes it to an instant effect, which rolls the dice. If you then roll the dice, the effect places a debuff, not your skill. So in essence, Polymorph had to be coded in for support. Brimstone, however, does work. Why? Because Brimstone is place to smite debuff. You're placing a physical debuff, so it works absolutely fine. How does Oppressor work for solo champ like Artak? I mean, it would only work if he's in Toxic. You need poisons to make this work, because he doesn't place enough debuffs. Any suggestion to my clan boss team is Jareg as leader for HP Aura, then Mithrala, Valkyrie, Ninja, Syl. Do you have a better ally protector than Jareg? Ideally a 3-turn cooldown. I don't think Syl of the Drakes is a very good pick there either. I would be looking to replace both Syl and Jareg. Jareg would get replaced with someone who's got a 3-turn ally protection, and then Syl of the Drakes would get replaced with someone who can extend buff duration and try and get yourself into a 2-1 rotation. You might need to get someone with a speed buff. That's what I would suggest. Hi Zaf, do you think they should buff Mithrala? Buff Mithrala? You're disappointed with Mithrala? Are you serious? You're disappointed with Mithrala? A champion that gives you a 30% shield and strengthen and full cleanse on a 3-turn cooldown. A champion that places Hex, increased defense and increased attack on all allies on a 3-turn cooldown. A champion that has a 100% chance of placing 2 poisons on a single target. She doesn't require anything other than accuracy. She has a unique effect. She's got an 80 accuracy. What? If anything, she needs a nerf. She's way strong. She's one of the best champions in the game. I understand the concept that what you're saying in terms of like, well, once I've cleansed, they can still debuff me. But you would just pair her with someone like a Pythian or someone like a Marked or someone that could place block debuffs, right? I get what you're saying. It's kind of the problem that I have with the cow, but in opposite situations, right? With Loriaka, it's like she places a block debuff, but she doesn't cleanse to begin with. So I kind of have that problem here, where Pythian kind of cleanses and places block debuffs, but Mithrala is way, way, way too strong. Like, Mithrala is insane. Mithrala is one of the best champions in the game. Do you know how many champions place increased defense and increased attack on all allies for 2 turns? In the entire game. Keeping in mind there's 760 odd champions. Like 3. 3 champions. She's so good. Yeah, she's not broken. She's well balanced. Earbad. She's multi-useful, well balanced. Because if you need a clan boss poisoner, S tier. If you need a cleanser for your team that can keep your team alive, S tier. If you want someone for Hydra, she's got Hex and increased defense and increased accuracy, S tier. Is she Giga broken so much that you need to nerf her like Taras? No. Because there are other champions that can do Hex. There are other champions that can poison. There are other champions that can cleanse. It's just that she has a kit that does it all. A bit like Lydia. Lydia's not broken, but the fact that you have a champion that can do decreased defense, weaken, increased speed, all in one ability is very, very, very strong. So, 100%, she's so good. Yeah, the other one is Leberga. Actually, quite a favorite of mine. Leberga's the other one that can do it. But on a 4-turn cooldown, right? Yeah, it's a great champion, right? She's well designed. Does exactly what you need in whatever role you use her. And it does it to a degree that she's useful and not a burden. Yeah, Giscard's the other one that does it. Yeah, I thought there was 3. Do I have a guide on Ruel? I just got him and I use Mithrala alongside Cleo. Have I done a Ruel guide? If I have, it's a while ago. I could put him on the list, though. I've got 2 of them now. I pulled one over the weekend. He should be in Team 1. Team 1. Sorry, we're trying to... I've got champions that I haven't locked out. So we're trying to lock them out. Hey, Turgle. Drockle does it too. Oh, yeah, so he does. I forget about Drockle. But you know what I mean. Like, there's 760 plus champions in the game, and there's only a couple that actually do both debuffs at the same time. There are some that do it conditionally. Like, there's a... what's the epic? Quagon. Quagon will do it conditionally, where it targets the champion based on their stats, but he doesn't do both for all champs, right? So it's different. I don't know who to put up instead of Syl. She does all the healing in the team and she ends up like second. Well, the idea with Valkyrie is you don't really need healing, so you put Leech up for someone. Samke. So you would look for someone like Leech with a different effect. Taragi should be more damage, but probably because you need to run at 2-1, Samke. I'd imagine you're not running at 2-1 clan boss speed tuning, so you probably want to use Taragi with an extender on a 2-1. And then you should be able to get some success. Have a look on Deadwood Jedi site around some Valkyrie-based clan boss teams and look for some that are 2-1 by nature. That will help you guide you towards a higher damage team. What about the taunt buff? Can you do a video about how it can be used? Do you know what? The reason why I haven't done a taunt buff yet is I don't think there's enough champions in the game for it. There's 2 champions in the game that can do it. It's the same reason why I haven't done anything around decreased resistance, because until the cows come out, there's been so many champions, like, we can't use it. So... Why are you... I told you not to. Live refresh. Reset masteries. Go again. Any suggestions to beat Bomb without Gnishak? So you've got a few options. You can try a Kyoku solo if you've got it. If not, there's a Lady Annabelle solo out there. There are also solos for the Samar Gem Cursed, and I think Crimson Helm can do it. If you don't want to go the solo route, you can go the proper build route, is what I call it, where you basically have decreased accuracy and you extend it with a Vizier or a Jingwon or someone who could basically extend a lot of debuffs. So the decreased accuracy never falls off and then you beat it bit by bit. Or you can go the complete healer route, where you will go like double Vogoth, double Aneri, maybe a Vrask, and you just keep hitting it but out heal the damage. That's another way you can go it. Those are the 3 ways you can go if you don't have Gnishak. Burungiri, but I think Burungiri can't get to 90 hard. I think Burungiri caps at 50 hard. Whereas Lady Annabelle, Crimson Helm, Samar Gem, Cursed, Kyoku, those other solo champs can go all the way up to the top. I just ran double Krisk, Valk, Mithrala, Michinaki, did very nice. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a gig up team. So. But Sam K, if you want more advice and guidance, we obviously have a Discord you can join. We have like a minion channel. You can always come to there. You can join in with the community and ask some questions. I'm sure a bunch of us around the community don't mind helping out. So okay, well, are we getting better builds now? I don't really want to take it out of God Sequinary. I think we just take that one. I don't want to take it out of Kratraxa either. And that's a bit better. That one looks good. Let's build this one. Okay, let's go and find Artak. Where is he? He's here. So, we're not going to put him in regen. Oh, we need him. I don't really think we need him in regen. Because we've got Awella. I don't think we need him in regen, right? Because I think Awella and Elva are going to heal him up. We'll see what happens. He could die, you never know. It could be terrible. I'm pretty sure he's fine. Oh God, I've got to find this piece now. That one. Stone skin. We got some boots that are level 8. It's crazy what it'll recommend you sometimes. No, I'm going to do the Elva Awella situation, where we basically have Elva and Awella carry us. That's my plan. Could be absolutely terrible. You could just get like one shot. But I mean, he's going to have 100,000 HP, so you would think with 100,000 HP, he's not going to die. The boy should be tanky enough. You would hope. Game. Game. Do you want to turn on the... So 3-shot. Do you turn on the revive? So 3-shot. What revive? Oh, you're answering a different question, maybe. Take this off Wuji. And this off Tomoa. Nice, a bit more accuracy. Guess we just do that for the sake of the artifact enhancement, get a bit more resistance. Okay. Oh, we haven't glyphed. Let's glyph. Let's glyph it up. Probably should make sure I've got enough accuracy as well. It's good. It's good. do... It's good. It's probably more than enough. Oops, I didn't want to click that again. The game lagged. Come on, can you give me more than 1%? Thank you. Ice going 3 on the challenge count. That's nice. Okay, let's have a look. So he's booked. Masteries are moved over. More than enough accuracy. 92,000. I don't really know where the 100,000 came from. Oh, that one's a low one. There was a 100,000 one. 4.2k defense, 92,000, 221 speed. Obviously, I put him at 221 speed because I'm expecting he's going to gain a bit of speed from this, so it's not really a problem. He's going to trade it back and forth a bit. Oh, we get to see whether we get silver out of this chest soon. So the key thing is now... So what I'll do is I'll run... This is the old team. I'll run it so you can see how fast so we can have a look how fast Dreng is, and then we'll go and we'll run Artak. Isn't it disgusting that my 6-star Seer is already Giga Broken, and they're now going to give me even more stats to make my 6-star Seer even more Giga Broken? Seer's going to get an extra 8% crit damage, like another 3 speed and more attack. Which you might be saying, well, attack's not anything. That's more attack on the A1. She already hits really hard on the A1. I don't need more damage. Like, watch how much this hits for. She's hitting for like 54,000 without decreased defense, and you're going to give me more attack? It's just so broken. So broken. Yeah, I'm going to be running... I think Owella, Elva together will be enough healing. I'm getting a lot of continuous heals put up on the my champion, so I don't think I need the regen. I'm going to have to rebuild this at some point because a certain Fae-like healer is built in a certain frenzy set that's going to get nerfed. I'm like, great. So I'm going to have to rebuild. I have to rebuild Owella. Your 365 crit damage here needs more stats. Is it 6 out of 6 as well? Still haven't seen a stronger than mine compared to Scratch and everything. What's yours, Killer Frenchman? Mine's pretty strong. Give me the lowdown, Killer Frenchman. What's the stats? I want to see it. Challenging me. But that 365 is not in War Master, is it, Crouching? That's in Flawless, right? And crit damage set, right? Not Cruel. Walking Tomb Dreng is only worth it if you haven't got Artak now, in my opinion. I don't think he has a place now that Artak's in the game, if I'm being honest. Yeah, Flawless Execution. Is she got Cruel as well, or is she crit damage bonus set? I'm guessing it's Savage or Lethal. I'm curious to see what Killer Frenchman's got if he says he can't beat Scratch, because I know what Scratch's quality is like. But I don't think Scratch has got a 6 out of 6 unless he's got one since. When I was talking to him when we were first looking at things, he still didn't have it. And I was saying like the difference when we were looking at hard mode dungeons. It's when I was saying that the difference is crazy. Yeah, ping me in Discord. Walking Tomb Dreng doesn't place. Walking Tomb Dreng attacks. Yeah, so you're getting like 40% more on me. So that was in 2 minute 50. Yeah, that was 2 minutes 50. Like, this is what your competition is. This is my Seer, right? So in Savage, War Master, a Savage Cruel, lethal Cruel in War Master. I don't even have Law of Steel, which I totally could take, and that would give me an extra little bit of crit rate, because it gives you like a little bit of this, and it gives me more attack. That's what you're competing with. Yeah, hang on. But keep in mind that the issue with Walking Troomdrang is he's a bit dumb. So he will always A1 the boss, even though he could A1 the side minions to activate once it falls below a certain percentage threshold. He's not the best for it. Where am I using Seer? Where I need to kill waves. Literally everywhere. I use her in Sand Devil. I use her in stuff. Madman, I think you've been DMing me. I haven't been ignoring you. I haven't had a chance to reply to DMs. I don't want you to think like I'm ignoring you. I'm not. I just, every time I look at it, I'm distracted by something and then I need to reply and I keep forgetting. See you later, Earbad. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you did your Hydra runs. I haven't prioritized that. If I went to Dragons, if I went to Clan Boss, she'd be loving life. But I haven't done it anywhere else. Right? In Demon Lord, she'd be loving life. Hydra a little bit, but I don't use her there. I don't use her. I haven't put any points in there. So. Yeah, but Artak's AI is only dumb in the sense that he will do A2 over A3. You can tell him not to do that. You can't tell... you can't stop Dreng from not attacking the burn target. He's a bit dumb. He doesn't prioritize burn. So if you want to see Crouching Grandpa's one, for a comparison, my link is expired, is it? Shouldn't be. Invite people. Never expire. Generate new link. Try that one. Try that one. Probably did. Stupid Discord. That's Crouching Grandpas. Pretty tasty, right? 234. If you compare it to mine, I've got like a little bit less attack. A little bit less speed. But here's what you got to keep in mind. I'm only at 329, right? But in this build here, you've got crit damage, which is like 20% bonus. It's also flawless. There's 40% on top. So comparing it to mine, you basically have to take 40 off. So it's about 325 versus mine. It's very strong. It's not a criticism. It's very strong because mine is very strong. It's a very, very strong build. Like, these gloves are godly. The chest is godly. I mean, I'd roll the accuracy up probably to try and mitigate, to try and help strip. The amulet is a bit poor. Could be improved. The weapon, this is great. It's speed. That's all you care about. But yeah, I mean, you look at it and you can kind of see, like, 40 because crit damage set, Duchy. Flawless plus crit damage set is 40. So you take 40% off. Because I've got Cruel, which is the equivalent of a crit damage set, right? Cruel is like slightly better than a crit damage set because you get the 5% ignore defense. It scales harder. And I've got War Master, which helps me kill bosses quicker. So you take the 2 off and you maximize it. Basically, Crouching Grandpa's Seer is not that far away from mine. I just have a little bit more ignore defense. But even then, what I wanted to point out when you look at this, there's so much room for growth. Because when you look at it, you go, okay, well, the boots are actually, without being disrespectful, trash. Because you've got 1 low roll crit damage and 1 attack percentage. That could be a quad roll crit damage. So in terms of like space, you can go, well, Technically, if this was an attack ban, it would be better. Because the A1 damage helps on bosses. It's not essential, but it helps. But this is absolutely fine because I think mine's in a resistance banner. Because I have a similar thing. Or HP because I got perfect triple roll, right? So why would I not use it? That's just waiting for someone like, I don't know, like a rack of Valtide, that is. That's waiting for that. Ideally, you'd want triple accuracy. Just because it's handy to be able to strip buffs. Like, you've gone similar to me where you haven't really put much effort or interest in accuracy. Which I think is correct. Because the thing is, once you've awakened your chest, and if you found a better amulet, you'd be very close with the accuracy when you start putting in area bonuses, affinity bonuses, and everything else. You could throw in an accuracy aura. You don't really need the accuracy. You probably don't even need the accuracy to take the buffs. You'll kill everything. The ring is whatever. Again, I'd prefer an attack ring, just to maximize the A1. If your Seer is getting attacked, you've got a problem. That's the way I look at it. Then we look at the weapon. Like, what's that? A triple roll at 19%. That's averaging 6.3. It's pretty high roll, pretty good. 12% crit rate. The weapon is pretty good, but that could roll speed as HP instead. The shield, low roll crit damage. That's 14%. It's 3% I could get there. Low roll crit rate. Low roll speed. It's a 5-star chest. Shield. So we could replace that and get lots more crit damage. So what I kind of want to point out is you're looking at it probably going 365. That's crazy. It's not even that crazy. There's so much room for growth on this build. This could go up another 20 to 25% crit damage comfortably. Comfortably. Okay, this is Killer Frenchman's. Give me the TLDR. What masteries have you got, Killer Frenchman? I'm guessing it's War Master. Your crit damage, right? That's a crit damage set. Lethal crit damage. Are you in War Master or Flawless? How much War Master does damage on CB? So it gets capped at 75,000 lacquer. But Weaken allows you to exceed that cap at 75,000. So the pure true damage is 75k. It then gets reduced by damage reduction, like the boss's defense. And then it gets 1.25 multiplied by the Weaken if you have it on. You can tell masteries from the stats menu. Oh, yeah. He's got 33%. Because he's probably got lower Seer. Right, so you're running with Flawless. Yeah, so again, so what we have to do is we take off 362 minus 40, because we take the 20% off the mastery and we take the 20% off the crit damage set. So, commiserations, you're both less than me right now. Close. You're both... it's not a criticism. Those are insanely strong builds, but you haven't beaten me. Because I'm 329% in Cruel and War Master. If I was to put crit damage in War Master in this build, I would go 329 plus 20 plus 20. I'd be sitting at 369%. It's a competition. Because Killer Frenchman said he couldn't beat Scratch, which means I can beat Scratch on Seer. Just saying. Because again, look. I've got crit rate rolls. I haven't got crit damage. Right? I've got a resistance chest. Yeah, we can show off yours if you want. I've no crit rate on my speed boots. They're kind of gross. I'll be honest. Kind of gross. Kind of gross. Kind of gross. Like, I'm not gonna lie. My gear is this is like my best built champion. Mine is similar, but in Flawless, but at 245 speed. Speed is good, yeah. Speed's good. Like you can see, like I prioritized a few different sets for things. But to be honest, I haven't redone optimization. I should have actually ever try because I'm pretty sure I've got lethal in the vault that I haven't rolled yet. When we do the gear cleanse portion, that's pretty good. We'll keep those. Need to find some artifact space though, because I'm full again. I don't have a Chimera. It's a sore subject. Mine is an immunity set, 339%. Why is she an immunity set? No. Do not put, don't hurt me. Don't put Seer in immunity. That's bad. This is Dutchies. 326. I assume flawless. Oh, War Master. Ooh, this is a bit of a high roller. Ooh, crit damage though. Close. You almost got me. You almost got me, but you were in crit damage, not cruel. So, I mean, I wonder what my Seer would be now. I haven't looked at it in a while. I have all mine set up, a standard, see? It's always basically just a standard setup. Glyphs, accuracy. I should pick a better target now. I normally always target Fire Knight, Wave, Stage Hard, Stage Normal 25 because it's the most tankiest mob. Like, look at the defense here. It's one of the tankiest mobs to kill. Really, really hard to kill these. Actually, the defense number there is really high. Hey, Flatley. Rosette? Why is she... Oh, my God. I think it's going to give me the same build because I don't think I can beat my current build. I think it's the best I can build. Saf, is there a difference in mechanics in explosion versus activation? There is a total, complete difference. When you use poison explosion, think of it like a siphon. It basically siphons in all of the poisons that you have out there based on their duration, and it converts it to a max HP hit, and then it attacks the target. So it doesn't deal poison damage, it uses poisons as a multiplier, just like Seer uses buffs as a multiplier, which means explosion will trigger max HP effects. Bosses with 10% max HP will be capped, whereas activators physically force the debuff to apply. So you're actually doing poison damage with activators. You're telling it, tick 1 poison, which means you don't trigger any max HP. So if you're doing high-end content, activation is way more powerful than explosion, except on waves. Is there a way on the optimizer to just sort by gear by substat? Yes. Absolutely. I'll show you how to do that now. Yeah, you can see it's basically finding my current build is the best. So if you want to find... So what are you saying? Acrobats. Is there a way to sort optimizer just by your substat? So, for example, if I wanted to find my fastest pieces on the optimizer, I go to the artifacts tab here. Let me just check I'm on the right screen. Yeah, I am. I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see what I'm doing. I will basically say I must have speed on my substat, and then I will order by speed. I can even do this little option here that says ignore glyphs when sorting. What this will do is it will ignore the value of the glyph and instead sort based on the base value of speed. So I always check that, and that will then give me the fastest pieces on my account based on speed. So I can see what they've got, who's wearing them. If you want to force a different primary stat or different slot, like say, okay, I want to know what my fastest helmet is. Cool, there it is. And you can see it's prioritizing based on base stat here. Yeah, even though this is 22, it's prioritizing that. That's how I find gear. I don't use the in-game gear, I find that. How do you share a build? You can come up to this little button up here. You can press this and you can create shareable links. And then you can use that link. You can give it to your friends, your clanmates, your colleagues, whatever. And that will give them like a read-only view like this. And then you can view other people's champions and do stuff with it. Or you could just use the old age thing of like a screenshot. Is this true on burn as well? Yes. No, because there aren't no burn exploders, flatly. I don't think there are any burn exploders. There are people who activate burns, but I don't think there are any burn exploders. I don't think there are any people that siphon up burns and then do damage. Yeah, it can't be resisted, but it can weak hit track media. So this did it in 2:05. We're now going to take out Dreng. Let me just remember what Dreng's AI was. He was basically use nothing, that. And we're going to put in our new juicy Artak. And we're basically going to say don't use it. Use anything here. Don't use. Don't use. Don't use. Don't use. And then we're going to go first, second. Now, the good thing about Artak. Why is Artak better in Ice Golem than Dreng, in my opinion? Firstly, we get AoE activators, not single target activators, so it should go faster. Secondly, we get decreased attack, which means that we can basically pull back a little bit on the EHP requirements of our healers. There is a world when Oella might be just enough to keep Artak alive on her own, without Elva, or vice versa. There is a world that could happen. Although I think for that build to happen, I'd have to have Artak in regeneration. Let's find out if this works. Can I share my link? I will in a second. All we care about right now is just getting to the boss, so we just tell everyone to do default abilities. Seer's just gonna one-shot. Like, it's bad. Do you know how bad, how strong my Seer is and how bad this is? I've got bolster set. Seer cannot take bolster set. So that's how strong my Seer is. She's one-shotting waves without bolster. Like, this is where I think it's going to be fast. Look how much damage she just chunked out there. The only downside to having a 6-star Seer is she doesn't die very quickly. I'm like, please, can you die? Like, she's taking all the continuous heals from Elva. Did I get just really unlucky there? I just got really unlucky there, right? I just procced the passive really unlucky. Because he has no damage. Maybe he's got too much crit rate. Why is this taking so long? I don't know what happened there. I think I must have just got super unlucky. This run is failing now because apparently we didn't one-shot the first wave. For some stupid reason. Probably because I shouldn't be in bolster set. It's fine. We'll recover. Oh, come on. Did it change my default? No. I shouldn't be running flimming bolster. Look how many buffs I've got. This should one-shot, basically. It just didn't quite one-shot for some reason. Not entirely sure why. I should just change the bolster out and put a shield set in. That would be so much safer. But I mean, to be honest, when I get more 6-star stats, will it matter? Probably not. But this is the problem, like, Seer will not die. It's like, because she's 6-star awakened, it basically means that Seer cannot die that comfortably because of the awakening passive. So it's going to take a while for Seer to just take one, especially with the decreased attack. To some respects, it might be better to open A1 to let Seer die, and then A3 into A2, because the decreased attack is up now, so Seer is never going to die. I actually don't think Seer is going to die. I think she's too tanky. She's never going to die. This is stupid. The awakening passive is just, like, it's never useful, is it? Right? Because the awakening passive is never useful, and the reason why I say that is because you don't need extra damage and you don't need the damage reduction in this situation. I want my Seer to die. Please let the Seer die. Like, it's taking an extra 30 seconds because the Seer will not die. And it's really frustrating. Because she's taking all of Artak's continuous heals. So I think what I'm going to have to try and do now is open with Artak's A1. Because it's just taking a lot longer. Oh, I'm not going to break my Seer build. what I'm going to do is I'm going to open with A1 instead, with the hope that she dies. Because normally she does eventually die once he does his A2. Just takes a while. We definitely kill the side allies quicker with Artak. But that could just be Seer's been pumping away at them with her A1. Like this. I don't really want this. I really don't want her doing that, because that will get me killed. Let's see it. Stop it. Oh. She's not even got defensive percent. That's the thing. She's got resistance chest. But because the passive is so broken, he, like, decreased attack is going to keep her alive forever. Because the Awakened Blessing has given her so much damage reduction, she's never going to die. I mean, it worked. I mean, I legit could keep Seer alive. That's what I'm saying. I could run this and keep Seer alive. Somehow. Don't want to. So, what we're going to do is we're going to adapt it a little bit. And we're going to say... open with that. So if I open with the A1, hopefully it should delay the A2 enough that she should get one shot. The things one must do to make this work. Never would I thought having a 6-star blessing is a problem. But it is. In this instance, having a 6-star blessing is a problem. So hopefully now we should burn. By the time we reburn, the boss should take a turn. With a bit of luck. Right. That's what we wanted. Now we can test it. Because now... what should happen is all of these Elva continuous heals should always go on, hopefully, the lowest HP champion, which should be Artak. This is where I start thinking, do we just drop Elva? I'm wondering if we can drop Elva to just make this go faster. She is helpful for extra continuous heals, but I don't need it. For no one. Oh, you got another bug response, did you? Yeah, I'll try it now. But you can see what I mean about pace. When we did the Walking Tomb Drang, it was 2 minutes 50. This should be easily a minute faster when we get it more optimized. I mean, I know who I'd swap it for. I don't know how sustainable it is, though. Tell you who I should swap it for. I don't really think I need to, though. 2 minutes 17. Way faster. So, what if we just take out the Alva? Now, the only thing I've got to check is buff count. Like, what is her AI? So she open and don't use, don't use. I'm going to manual it just to see if I got enough damage. I got a shield set now, so I think I'm going to need to do this. That is 8 buffs enough? Is 8 buffs enough? Oh, it nearly is. Oh, that's so broken. That's so broken. What's a good non-6 starts here? Still Crushing Rend, Wicked. Still Crushing Rend, because she's gonna... You want the one-hit wonder. Let's get that back. I'm stripping the shield set now, yeah. I could probably just put someone in for fodder here. A1. So we heal there. She should die. And then we put an auto. So here's the question. Are they good enough on their own to keep themselves alive? Or do they need Alva? I don't think they need Alva. Oh, it's a shame I don't have Altan on this team. I could just basically put bot Altan in on the passive. It got close there. Critical hits are a problem, potentially. It's strong. I don't think my Oella is in the tankiest build. What? That's bad. This is where Alva's handy. Somehow managed to get decreased defense on me. I think I'm alright though. That was close. I don't even know if it's going to be viable once Frenzy's gone. That's the problem. Well, it's not ropey. So if you just get crit. Like, Oella's not in the tankiest build. Like, Oella could be in a tankier build, for sure. Like, Oella at the moment is in Frenzy. Which obviously she can't be in Frenzy. So when we come out of Frenzy, do we just put her in something like full damage reduction regen? Like, at the moment, she's not in regen, right? So if we put her in something else, be fine. Do you know what I was thinking was, it's a real shame I don't have Altan. Because if we had Altan, we'd get more continuous heals. But I don't have him on this account. I have him on my free-to-play. If he was on this account, we could do it. Yeah, like, Oella's not in the craziest build. She's in 251 speed, 3.4k defense, 62 HP. And Frenzy. You know, she's not the tankiest girl in the world. I don't want to restore max HP, David. Because the less HP that Artak has, the tankier he becomes. So maximum HP restoration is not ideal. Like, Artak was never really at risk of dying, even when he had the decreased defense. What I'm trying to think of is, who can we put here that would work when they're dead? Who benefits the team when they're dead? I don't think there is anyone. I am Brago, maybe, for the defense passive. Because that will remain, just to give us a bit more defense. We just need like a filler champ, right? I mean, I don't even know if I've got built Brago. Could run. I was thinking you could run Seer. I could run a Teodor. The only thing I worry about adding a third champion that stays alive is having you basically run the risk of the continuous heals on Oella. Well, I suppose Oella. Yeah, actually, I know you're right. Maybe Teodor. Yeah, Teodor is a good idea. You may be right. Let's try him. Where's the Teo? We can use him on the waves then. Not we need him. Teo. Oops. Teo. So don't need Alva. And I think, in my opinion, I feel like Oella is a better healer than Alva. Controversial. Because you get the free resistance, right? Technically, I can resist everything. Yeah, I just want an extra buff for the first wave, because I'm not quite there if you looked at the issue. Like, he's 100... I actually think I broke my Teodor. Need to check the Teodor. I'm pretty sure I broke him. Yeah, I broke his boots. He's a bit low on accuracy because I broke his boots. I don't know if I can fix that. I really don't use my Teodor that often. It's kind of embarrassing. I feel like Teodor without Calvalax is like... It's a bit weak. I feel like Teodor needs Calvalax. Just like Calvalax needs Teodor. No, I don't really like. If you got to think, like, Dark Kale for me is more useful in Dragon 10. Spider, he's not used. I don't need him. I've got my Atkinson team. Ice Golem, like, I'm using him as a bot. I'm not really using him because I got Artak. Then you got a Fire Knight. Well, I don't use him in Fire Knight hard because I don't have the Calvalaxes. If I had the Calvalaxes, I think the value of Teodor on my account goes up a lot. But without Calvalax, he's a bit inefficient. Is that the right word? It's not that he's bad. It's just that... That's probably better than that. It's not that he's bad. It's just that... You can't get as... I'm trying to find the right words. He's not efficient as much, because the thing with the Calvalax is when you have two Calvalaxes, Teodor can one-shot stuff. Without the initial poisons, he needs more poison support, and if you don't have the poison support, then that's where it kind of like falls down a bit. So what I'm kind of saying is, like, Calvalax puts him on a different tier. Like, they're good, like, they're good champions on their own. Very good. You know, it's probably probably better to say they're better than that on their own. But without each other, they're a little bit like, I'm a little bit like, oh, do I really need him? And it's like, does he really make any difference? Like, can you use Dark Kale in this team? Yeah, in this team you can. I actually dropped Teodor out of my Dragon team for Dark Kale because it was more consistent. Why? Because I could get the additional poisons on the A3 and I removed the crit rate. So it's more consistent. I don't think he's that... I don't know. Maybe it's just how I'm using him. I honestly have not... Since I've pulled him, I got really excited when I pulled him. I have found very few places that Teodor has improved my account. Very few. Nah, it's not set up correctly. Another problem is, this is why I kind of don't want to use him. He's going to stay alive forever, and he's going to kill the minions too quickly. I don't want the minions to die from poison damage. I don't think this is going to be faster, I'll be honest. Because I think he's just going to kill the minions too quickly. At least his animations are quick. I've got it out of sync, though. Let me just put it in sync. So we do this. See what I mean? He's killing the minions too quickly. I'd have to turn the A2 off, which I should have done, probably. My bad. I just need to get it back into sync. That should get in sync. Bloody cleanse. Tournament. Almighty Dobie. There's a tournament going on. Exactly, Crouching. And I think as well, to some extent, Seer is only good if you have a Renegade. At least, a minimum. A Seer without a Renegade is actually problematic. I actually dropped Seer out of my Doom Tower team because I didn't have a second reset for Wave 3. So I found it was more efficient for me not to run. I found it was more efficient for me not to run it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to rerun this, but I'm actually going to remove the AI a little bit. I'm going to change the AI up a bit because it was dodgy. I'm not sure that actually added any value, but I don't think it was set up correctly. So let's just do it again. For round 3, I don't want to use Savant. I want to open with that. That's better. Kill these side allies too quickly. I am going for the cow. I'm basically, I don't need to do the second rush. I just have to finish all the events now. So, also, Ice Golem does give you good reflex sets. It gives you good Doom Tower sets. Not Doom Tower. It gives you good stun different sets. Retaliation is going to be an S tier set. 100%. Teodor's too quick here. I need to make him slower than Artak. I'll change his build now. I won the Dragon Tournament, yeah. No, because the problem with Ninja is he attacks at random, so there's a very good chance he attacks the 2 side minions and he only activates on the boss, so it's not ideal. Teodor is nice here because he extends before he activates. The only problem is I've got him faster than Artak, which is the mistake. There's the problem. Owella's died. Let's see how quickly they can do it together without Owella. Probably not. Because he's not in regen. Owella needs to be built up a little bit more. That's fine. Teodor's too quick. Teodor needs to be slower. It's a bit better. Loses a bit of HP, it's fine. To 23, Artak just needs to be faster than him. Yeah, that's the problem, Drake Acrobat. Once you do it in one area, it might break other areas. That is the tricky thing about it. Should work. Yes, ×2 Voids coming this weekend. But I think it's going to be Hero's Path. I basically had enough Sacreds and a few Void Shards to get the Summon Rush completely done, and I won the Dragon Tournament, so I can skip one. So basically in that instance then, Acrobat, you need to use someone else with your Seer. Yeah, it's the problem. This is actually, I think, a fundamental problem with Artak. He actually consumes his burns too quickly. The burns are gone before you have a chance to do anything with them. I feel like his strength is when you can get another extender with him. Oh, mind you, this is quite fast. Maybe this was the way to go. Teodor's really pushing this. Keep in mind that there's growth in the Owella build, right? So yeah, we lost Owella in that last run. But that's probably because, you know, we can improve the stability with a better build. I don't know what happens with the loss of Frenzy here, though. But I mean... that's fast. That's very fast. I didn't think it was going to be that impactful, but I guess it is. I mean, it's double activators, right? Double AoE activators. This is where... So, to some extent, this is what I've been preaching about for the last 3 weeks, really, and I just forgot it. When there's another extender on activator with him, I think Artak is Giga Saiyan, right? I was thinking about using Seer instead of Teodor, but Teodor's probably safer here because you don't attack. But if you have another extender, another burner activator with him, he really pushes numbers. Yeah, I don't have Renegade. Like, I could put in Elva over Owella, but I feel like Owella's a stronger healer than Elva. Elva will give you passive turns, but she gives you more burst, I feel like. I feel like Owella's more of an emergency healer, where I think Elva's more of a passive healer. So... I'm pretty sure this weekend is going to be a hero's path with summon souls and summon voids. I can't say for certain, but that's my gut. That's why we didn't get a champion chase tournament in the fusion, because they're not going to do one. They're going to do something different. Yeah, like for example, Owella's build, like we can see here. If I zoom it out a bit so it's not clumped together. She's at 266,000 effective HP. She's an accuracy chest because I wanted to get decreased speed on her. Technically, I don't need the decreased speed on her. If I get rid of the accuracy chest, put her into a defense percentage chest, she's going to be way tankier. Or a HP percentage chest, she's going to be way tankier. I'm not going to bother doing anything with her until Frenzy, because Frenzy is going to have to be reworked. So I'm waiting for the set to change, and then I'm going to have a look at how I can rebuild her to be better, and what set I put her in. I might just put her straight into regen. I might put her into Triple Defiant. I think if I put her into Triple Defiant, she can't die, because that's minus 45% AoE damage. I don't think anything's killing me there, if I've got the build to do it, right? Yeah, Triple Defiant's what I'm thinking. So, I don't even know what kind of build I could do with Triple Defiant. Like, probably want to be 251. No results. Hang on. I have a bunch in the vault I probably need to craft. That's strong. That build there would basically give me 45% more AoE damage reduction. The only problem is I'd have to break champions I can't break right now, which is these guys, because I just don't have enough Defiant gear. The other option you can go, which is not as efficient, but you can do it. Solid Defiant. How useless will Frenzy be? Frenzy is going to be worse. Probably... It wouldn't be hyperbolic for me to say that Frenzy will likely be the worst set in the game after they change it. Because they're changing Curse to be probably the worst set in the game to be one of the better sets in the game with Hex. So that's going. The Life set is still better than nothing because it's 15% HP. So that's still better than Frenzy because it's only a 2-piece set. Like what are the potential sets could we actually have that is worse? Like defense gives you a permanent 15%. That's better than Frenzy. Better. All these are better. Lifesteal better. Fury is going to be pretty strong, and some champions very strong in some clan boss teams. Daze, potentially worse than Frenzy, but there is Sand Devil to consider. Frost has uses in Arena. Frenzy, absolute trash. Regeneration, good. Destroy set still has its place in Scarab, but is losing. It's probably up there with Frenzy as one of the worst sets. Good. Provoke is now very good. I think Retaliation, when it changes to a 2-piece set, is going to be S tier. I think Retaliation is going to be one of the best sets in the game. Avenging could be quite bad, because that's counterattack when you get debuffed. That's probably a bit lame. That's down there with Frenzy. Good. Curing, potentially really good, but I don't know. It depends. I think it's niche. It's not far away from Frenzy, but it's better than Frenzy. Cruel, good. Immortal, good. Divine sets, they're all kind of good because they give you stats. Swift parry's good. Deflection has its uses. Very good on Paragons for Agreth. Still useful. So still good. Resilience, a pretty good filler piece. Better than Frenzy. Good. I think I'm going to test it, but I'm pretty sure Affinity Breaker will have a very good MVP slot for Ninja in Sand Devil or Chronum in Sand Devil. It's not much better than Frenzy, but I think it could be quite good. Untouchable, great. Fatal, pretty good filler piece. You get stats. Frostbite, as the same as Frost, has its uses. Guardian, one of the best sets in the game. Fortitude, a great set. Lethal, one of the best sets, if not the best damaging set in the game. Protection has its usage, and it gives you lots of stats. So, better than Frenzy. Instinct is probably down there with Frenzy, but not that far. But it's still pretty good, right? I mean, I'm more critical of Instinct than others. Bolster, one of the best sets in the game. Defiant, one of the best sets in the game. Impulse is on par with Frenzy. Zeal, niche usages. Righteous, very good. So I think the worst sets in the game are probably Instinct, Impulse, Frenzy. Affinity Breaker's down there. Avenging is down there as well. Those I would say, and Destroy. Those I would say are the 5 worst sets in the game right now. Why am I so hard on Instinct? Because there are just better options. If I want damage, I go Savage Lethal. It gives me more Ignore Defense. If I want speed, I go 2-piece set. It's because it's a 4-piece set. You have to index so hard to get less of everything. No, Impulse is worse. Why would I trade 10% chance to activate the reason why I'm equipping this item for 12 speed? That's what I'm saying, right? So I'm thinking of a very min-max mentality, okay? So I'm looking at my account, endgame, and I'm looking at the pieces, and I'm going, okay, what is my alternative? Lethal is as good as Savage. It just gives me a little bit more crit rate, but I'm not losing anything, okay? I'm not trading any power to go Lethal or to go Savage over Lethal because I can find the 10% crit rate. It's not the end of the world. I'm physically trading a quarter of my opportunity on Impulse versus Reflex. Why would I ever pick that? If I want Reflex, I want the chance to reduce a random skill cooldown. Why would I trade 25% of the ability for something to happen for 12 speed? I can find the 12 speed. I can't find the 10%. Way more powerful. Like, Impulse is awful. You never go Impulse. There's no reason to go Impulse. It's going to be harder to acquire than Reflex. It's not going to give you the same amount of opportunity as to why you pick it. Like, people overvalue these bonus little values here. Like, people overvalue how much that actually is. That's only 12 speed. That's 2 substat rolls. I can find 12 speed. I can ascend. That's basically like the ascension of a boot. I can't find 10% chance. You just can't find it. I think so. When I'm putting them in the worst sets in the game, I'm basically saying on par with other sets, they're the 5 worst. Now, obviously, Frenzy's worse than the rest of them, but they're down there as would I. So I'm looking at it. Will I ever build Impulse? No. I'm keeping sets which have rolled okay, but I will never use Impulse, because if I'm picking Impulse, it's because I want this effect. So why would I? I'd have to have like insane pieces to pick it, because why would I want to trade 25% chance of the thing that I want working? It's the same argument with Instinct. If I want to deal damage, why would I trade 5% of my damage to get 12 speed when I don't really care about speed? And like, if I want to go fast, why would I trade the potential of another 12% speed for 20% ignore defense when I want to go fast? The set doesn't make sense. What I think they should have done with Instinct was made it a 2-piece set and had it go 12 speed, ignores 5% defense. Then you compare it alongside a Savage or a lethal set, and it gives a defense-based or HP-based champion an alternative to Cruel. Because right now, if you're a HP or defense-based champion, you're not going to want to go... You don't really want to go Cruel because the attack is useless, but you do it for the 5% ignore defense. If this was a 2-piece set, speed 12%, ignores 5% of the enemy defense, I'd put Instinct right up there with one of the best sets in the game. But because it's a 4-piece set and it's less than Savage Lethal, you'd never want to pick it in any scenarios if you're optimizing. The optimizer will never recommend Instinct for your damage build, unless you have no Savage Lethal, because it's always going to find Savage Lethal is going to do more damage. So if it's not the best damaging set, and it halves the amount of speed you can get from speed sets, what is its purpose? That's my argument. Is Curse worth running with Michinaki? Yes. I think Michinaki needs help with Hex. I don't think he can keep Hex up on his own. I think there is value in having either a debuff extender or another champion in Curse to help keep the Hex up, because he loses a lot of value when he doesn't have Hex. So I agree. I think Cursed is going to be quite useful to have on... Like, Cursed is going to be put on one of those, like, debuffing champions, right? Not your tanks, not your damage dealers. Someone that just helps the team. You know, not really a Mithrala. Someone like you could, like, probably someone like Nekmo Thar would be pretty good in a Hex, in a Curse set, right? Yeah, if you use Michinaki with Mithrala, then it's fine. But I do feel like Michinaki needs help with the Hex. I don't think he can sustain it on his own. So... Yeah, someone like Nekmo Krisk. People who AoE attack with an A1 will help with Cursed. Is Cruel still better for defense than HP? Yes. Ignore defense, by far, is the most valuable way of dealing damage. In Arena, in top content. You know, obviously if you're fighting Clan Boss, Ignore defense is irrelevant. But if you're fighting enemies over 3,500 defense, even with decreased defense, you're probably going to find Ignore defense is more relevant. So... my argument is that you guys always say stars over sets, and often a champion has only Savage and a broken pair. But if you could go and find a set... Yeah, so it should be, Omar, stars, as in 6-star quality. Not so much like rarity, but quality. The reason why we say stars is because every time you jump up a star rating, the primary stat range is bigger. The substat roll range is bigger, right? If I have a 5-star chest, the maximum I can roll per run on speed is 5. At 6, I can run 6. I'm essentially potentially increasing the value of the same amount of rolls exponentially. So you always start with the highest star rating, ideally. Then you want to try and put the right sets together for at least your primary, but you don't necessarily need to. Things like Clan Boss will always be stats over sets, because you don't need Ignore Defense. I would say in Arena... it'll always require Savage Lethal for your damage dealer. Just always. Because there's just so much you need. They do work, but they're not valuable, because the Clan Boss's defense is so low, right? So if you take into consideration here, if I find, say, my Rorik, okay? When I put Rorik into battle against the Clan Boss is on Ultra Nightmare. It has 15-20 defense. If I put decreased defense and I put a 6-star cruelty on it, it's basically putting the defense to 486. So it's such a low defense value. Ignore defense, there's nothing to ignore. So you will find that the optimizer, when it's that low defense, will always recommend like not broken sets. Now, I think obviously things like retaliation is very powerful in Clan Boss. It's going to be very good. But yeah, the defense is really low. But when you start going up to something like, let's just go to something like some damage-based sets here. Let's go to Dark Fae, right? If I look at the Dark Fae boss at 120 hard, well, she's got 14,000 defense. So I'm looking to kill 4,783. Ignore defense is so much more valuable there. It's hugely valuable. So that's the thing, right? That's why I'm so critical of something like Instinct, is if I want to deal damage, I'm sacrificing 5% ignore defense. For what? 12 speed? It's very few places that's going to be a good trade. Right? Very few places. In Arena, you don't really want speed because it's a slow meta, so speed is pretty much irrelevant. So extra 12 speed, don't really want. In normal PvE content, you can find speed from area bonuses, from banners, from different things. It's just so you can't find 5% ignore defense. That's the argument. And it's the same thing with Reflex. You can't find 10% more chance with Impulse. Like, you can't build for that. I can build for 12 speed. I can't build for 10% chance. So why would I sacrifice that for speed? It's all about what decisions you make in terms of your stat budget, right? Every time you build a champion, there's a finite amount of budget you've got in terms of substat rolls and different things that you can afford to commit. So why would I want to commit a set bonus of 10% to get myself something I can commit in stat budget? I wouldn't. Is Toragi or Korrigar a better ally protector? Korrigar is a better ally protector because Korrigar's passive is bonkers strong. Pound for pound, best epic force DPS for CB, not Geo. Force. Ooh, that's a difficult one. Force. That's a difficult one. I'm trying to think of the Force champions. Champions, rarity, Force, epic. Oh, Alika. Alika, by far. Massively. Alika. Nobody can outdamage Alika in this tier. In this category. Only Geomancer can outdamage Alika in this category. Providing you can set the team up. Yeah, my Alika used to do like 50 million damage. Alika's A1 is one of the strongest A1s in the game for Clan Boss. It depends what type of team, right? I mean, if it's a traditional team, Alika's value goes down a lot because obviously you need attack to do damage. So Dithey is good, but you got to find it. You got to fit him into a team. That's the problem with Dithey because his extra turns are going to break things up. You can put him into Bat Eater, very good Bat Eater option. Not going to fit into like a Mythfu. Myth Air team, I want to use Turvold. Yeah, Myth Air team, amazing. Absolute amazing. This A1 ability is one of the hardest hitting abilities in Clan Boss. I can get this with all my things stacked up with the full bill to hit for about 700,000 in one ability on the A1. Because it goes 250 times 250 times a Phantom Touch times a War Master times everything else. It's nutty. Nah, you can't compete. Can't compete. Like, nobody can compete with... In terms of epic A1 abilities, she has one of the strongest abilities in the game for Clan Boss. It's contingent on her double hitting. It's not a 100% chance to double hit, so... Like, I used to run her in... Have I still got the team? Let's see if I've still got it. Is Toro? Is this it? There you go. I used to run this team. Right. Alika 2-1. Jintoro 3-1. Eres. Now, obviously, she doesn't do any debuffs, so you need to account for that in your Myth Air team. You need someone that can do the debuffs. She doesn't do decreased defense or weaken. But in this setup, my Alika pre 5-star was doing around about 40 million, 50 million. Let me just show you, right? These are, I'm gonna have to zoom this in because you're probably not gonna see what I'm looking at here. These are all of the single target A1 champions whose effects proc the number of times they're meant to on Clan Boss. And where they rank. So A1s. Quintus is going to be number 1 because he hits 4 times. Lord Shazar, Candrathon, if there's a buff, obviously. If there's no buff, it doesn't. There. Marinix A1. Alika. Okay. She is the number 5, probably number 4 when you take out Candrathon's A1. In the game. Fenax is up there. Val. She out damages Val's A1. You can literally just set her up to A1 and do nothing else. And she'll just rip the she's so strong. So strong. She just does need books, yeah. But you don't really need the books to work, Alex, right? You just lose the damage. You don't need any books. You don't need the A3. You don't need the A2. Just A1. Boom, boom, boom. A1, extra turn, A1, 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 all the time. That's why I ran it with the... just for context, by the way, that's Turvold's A1, right? So she's at 65,000. Turvold's at 49,000 on my index here. Just to give you a bit of a comparison as to how much stronger her A1 is going to hit over Turvold. Obviously, Turvold's A3 is going to hit way harder, but that's a whole different conversation. If you want a better comparison, right, just to give you a comparison how much stronger she actually is. Look how much stronger she is than Rhonda's A1. This is with Rhonda's 4th hit. She almost has, what, 25%? No, it's more than 25%, isn't it? It's about 30% more damage on an A1 than Rhonda. She's strong. She's very strong. Yeah, Dervish is there. But I think Dervish is a miscalculation. I think I've got it with some sort of additional condition with Dervish. What's the... I think something's a bit funky with this champion. Dervish, right? That's Dervish. I think there's some sort of conditional hit that's not applying correctly. I need to double check it. I think her code is a bit funky. Don't know why she's so high up in my list. But yeah, she, like, I've run it before. It's crazy. Can you add one more tier for websites damage grading? Yeah, so I was planning on putting clan boss grading in here because there's lots of conditions that a clan boss has. Like, so normally when we grade things, we do it based on a realistic battle condition, which is like, there's probably 3 debuffs out. You're probably wearing 3 buffs. If you're at half, if it's a HP percentage, you're probably at half health. Whereas with the clan boss, like, take Lord Shazar. The reason why his base booked is 44,000 here is because his A1 is assuming 3 debuffs in normal conditions, because the likelihood is you're not going to have 10 debuffs out all the time. Whereas in Clan Boss, because we're running a very fine-tuned speed tune, the likelihood is if we're using Lord Shazar, we're going to try and maximize his kit and try and get some debuffs out using the Vizier or a Toxic or something of that nature. So therefore, I assume you're running 10 debuffs. So we can see the scalability of his ability, which is why Lord Shazar becomes one of the strongest A1s in the game, because once you add in all those bonus multipliers on his A1, which is what, 150% damage, I think? I think it's 150% damage, give or take. Demon Spawn, Demon Spawn, Demon Spawn, Demon Spawn. Lord Shazar. 15%, so 150% more damage. Who's a good replacement for Ninja in Sand Devil 17? Dreng. Chronum. Seer. You can probably still run him a negative affinity, Alex. That's what I did with my video earlier. I ran him at 25 negative affinity. As long as you just build it correctly. Would you be building her for Myth Air? The only thing with Myth Air is she's good as a force option, but then it puts all of the pressure on the final champion, right? So if you think Myth Air is this. So whoever is in the Jintoro position has to have both decreased defense and weaken. If you can achieve that, I'm saying this, I'm not even showing the right screen. If you can achieve this position where Jintoro is a champion with decreased defense and weaken, it doesn't have to be Jintoro, it doesn't have to be at 3-1. It's just that 3-1 Jintoro is way stronger than 2-1. As long as you've got a champion that can do decreased defense and weaken, or at least decreased defense, then yeah, it's fine. Are there any videos that help with creating new speed tier on the Dead with Jedi calculator? You'll have to ask Dead with that. To be honest though, my strategy is I normally start somewhere and then I do a lot of this. Oh, I've broken it. Can I break it? Can I fix it? Oh, no. Okay, that's not there. And do this. Or maybe if I put a delay. It's kind of having some innate knowledge of how things need to work in conjunction with others and then just basically messing with it. It's not anything. The raid stages tool seems to be not working on the website. Let's have a look. Did I break it? What? Not be working? Macaulay Moore? Let me just check the incognito, make sure it's not because I'm logged in. You're on Android. What are you trying to... What particular area are you looking for? So I can check it. Yes, this here is a good option. Alex? It's a bit squishy. I'll admit it's a bit squishy. There's an Arial font. What browser is that on Android? It's taking you to a different page. It's a bit squishy. I don't really know why it's a bit squishy. I need to double check that. I must have messed something up here. I did do an update earlier for some different things. It's probably we don't need so much padding, right? I'll have to have a look at it. It is more squishy than I remember it to be. Like this shouldn't be so squishy. I do despise mobile design sometimes. I really do. No matter what you can do. There you go. That's probably why it's squishy, because of that. I will definitely take a look at it tomorrow, because, yeah, it's not quite ideal. It's really difficult to fit it. To be honest, what I probably should do is just do this, I guess. I think 2 is probably a bit too aggressive. Maybe I should just do this. It's probably a little bit better, isn't it? Right? It's probably a little bit better to look like that. It's more scrolling, but I think that the 2x2 is just a little bit too... It's a little bit too tight. So I'll tweak it tomorrow when I'm off stream. I'll fix it up a little bit. Chrome iOS didn't work when I looked. Where did you send it to me? In Discord. Which Discord? There's so many Discords I have these days. HH website. Oh, that's a caching issue. That probably means I need to clear the Cloudflare. That's a caching issue, Washi. If you control F5'd on a PC, it would fix it. It probably means that I have to do a bit of a clear out tomorrow. So I'll do that tomorrow. This is the dimensions of iPhone 11 Pro. So Pro Max is obviously bigger. You can build them up to different sizes, right? I mean, OnePlus 7, Galaxy 10, Pixel 5. Surface Pro 7, I guess, is a bit funky. But I need to change the Max switch as well. So, yeah, so basically it's working. If you're not seeing it loading the right styles, that's a bug that I need to fix tomorrow morning. I probably just need to clear the cache out. I did do a bit of a website update today, but the tool should be working generally. I'll fix the mobile views. It's always difficult when you've got lots of information to show on mobile. No matter what you do, it's always going to be tricky, but yeah. Yeah, basically Acrobat, one of the Cloudflare Edge networks, has got a bad copy. So basically, we use Cloudflare to like provide a CDN for users. It probably has got a bad copy of the page, so I need to clear it out. I could probably do it locally actually in a moment. Hang on, let me do it locally. I assume it's still not working for you, Washi, at the moment, right? Okay, give it another try now, Washi. Yeah, that's fine. Give it another try now. So basically what happens sometimes is the a few lingering hangovers from different issues we had in the past with the website, which we're trying to fix bit by bit. Like the website, I think, is much more stable than it's ever been before. It's in a really good place at the moment. But sometimes when we make some changes, the Edge networks basically take a copy without the CSS because it grabs it at the wrong time, and then it caches it for whatever reason, forever age, because obviously it's a day cache. So sometimes I have to go in and just clear out the cache so that you get fresh copies again. So it should be better now. Obviously the mobile issues I'll have to fix tomorrow when I have some time, but it's mostly little tweaks, just improvement. I think I will put it to a one column view because I think it's going to look better, or maybe improve it. So all of the fonts, that issue you have there is when basically the style sheet doesn't load properly from the network. So yeah, that is the issue with that. I think, to be honest, I'm all for portrait mode. As long as it's scrollable in a nice way, I think it's fine. I was just trying to make the scrolling less of a problem and trying to squeeze a lot of things. But to be honest, I think for a user, it's probably better to see one champion roll down with the thing. If anything, the UI better would be like a collapsible one where you can open the wave containers so you can see what you want. So it's more hidden content. That's another way to do it. So you can have like jump sections. We have an updated artifact tier list coming out in the next couple of days ahead of the new artifact rebalance, which should be really, really good for you guys as well. So it's going to basically summarize the thing better. It'll be easier to find things on the page. The page is going to be more performant and it'll be pretty good. So we're working on that. And hopefully this week we're going to have some new boss dungeon guides as well that I've been working on with the team. So we are cooking on gas, trying to make the website the best raid website in the world, whilst I'm also crushing demons in Diablo 4. Is anyone still playing Diablo 4? Are you having fun? Where have you got to? Let me just close all this down, save. So I'm pretty sure I must have... Do I have some Defiant gear in here? I think I do. I accidentally accepted all of my arena artifacts. Look how trash these arena artifacts are. 5-star, all sell. These boots are cool. So we're going to be clearing this out in a bit. Probably do some Hydra now. But I want to see if I've got any Defiant gear in here. I don't think I have now. We need more Defiant. I need more Defiant. It's so hard to get good Defiant gear. I mean, look how many pieces I've got. Let's have a look. Show set, Defiant. I got 124 pieces. It's not enough. I need more. Need more. Level 55 World Tier 3. Dudes, guys, if you haven't seen it, so I was basically got to level 50. Or I got to level 49 and I was on Act 3. And Fix was basically like, you really need to do the campaign because otherwise you're going to be max level before you finish the game. So I basically dropped everything. I went and did the campaign, finished off Lilith. We had a pretty epic battle. It was awesome. Then I went and jumped into some dungeons with Fix and a couple of others. One of them was like level 77, so they were boosting Fix a sorcerer through so that he could play a different class. And I got the Razor. What is it called? The Razor thing, right? Let me see if I can find it here. It's called like Diablo for Razor Plate. Razor Plate. God, this is going to be awful to try and find a page that isn't going to... It's got a wow head. This piece here. Diablo 4, you gain thorns. I kid you not. All I have to do right now with my level 56 Barbarian in World Tier 3 is stand there. Everything just dies. Everything just dies around me. They attack me, they die. I literally just stand there and I do nothing. It's the most, like, it's going to get nerfed, I feel like. I can actually kill everything in Nightmare. It's a World Tier 4. I can kill everything in Nightmare. I just can't stay alive. So if I can stay alive, keeping in mind that Nightmare is level 74 mobs, and I was level 56, I was one-shot in level 74 mobs, and I had the worst effects for the aspects. I basically got the Codex aspect for the weapon and the other piece. So it was like the worst Thorns build you could ever imagine. I literally stood there and I was like, you dead yet? Dead yet? It is, honestly, when I finish maxing it out, I think it's going to be so stupid. I think it's going to get nerfed, honestly. I think it's going to be terrible. Yeah, the free-to-play thing is still a thing. I think it kind of died out, Chad. I think it's had that natural progression now where the competition kind of ended. I'm trying to play my free-to-play, but I'll be honest. Time is a hard thing for me to play. Like, my commitments in coding, in doing content, in playing my account, and playing, like, it's a lot of commitments that I'm just struggling to find a balance right now. So I still pop in. I did a lot over the weekend when it was a champion training tournament. I did get Nazana to rank 6, so we're getting there. Making progress. Nah, I can't be bothered today. Not interested. Any free tag wins? Yeah, it's a free tag win there. I got my first unique today. It's not for my build, but it's an amazing transmog. Nice. Thorns are crazy, though. Really crazy. It's on HH Discord. Where have you sent it? I don't know where it is. You're going to have to tell me where you've sent it on HH Discord for me to be able to track that. Just ping me on HH Discord and I'll know, and I'll go look at it after stream. Okay? Macaulay, if you ping me and to the link to the message, I'll find it and I'll have a look after stream. I gotta rebuild my gold medals up now. Ugh. How long is on this dungeon dive? It's 2 days. Plenty of time. Awesome. Right, let's do some Hydra. Let's yell at people. Let's get the worst one out of the way first. Here we go. Time to yell. Private message. That's helpful. Thank you. Let me have a look. DM. There it is. Got it. Yeah, that should be fixed now. If you reload the page, that should be fixed. I'm guessing it's Miscreated Demon, right? I'm guessing that's you. If you reload the page, it should be fixed. Macaulay. On the CB calculator, how do you determine if a champion delays his skill on his second turn or first turn of Clan Boss? I mean, it kind of shows you when you delay it. In terms of whether you should delay it or not, that's just trial and error. As a barb, what skills are you using? So, Roro, because I've gone Thorns. Try closing the page, Macaulay, and going back in. I have cleared the cache, so it should fix it now for you. It should be fixed. Other people who had that problem are saying it's fixed. Do I know if Norog's passive is bugged? It shouldn't be. Not that I know of. Roro, so what I basically decided was I didn't really need to play the game when you've got that much going on, right? So I basically decided the best solution was to take all 3 shouts. Then I took the frenzy attack and I took the rend attack because I can extend vulnerable status with rend, and I took the butcher skill, right? The one with the hooks. So basically I just hook everything in, make them all vulnerable, hit rend, and just stand there and wait for them all to die. It's a thing of beauty, I gotta say. It is a thing of beauty. It's really bad luck that we got that. Should be fine. Is Myth Ear better than Myth Eater, or are they equal? Which one is the Myth Eater one? I think Myth Fu is better than Myth Ear. We're using words of complexity here. Yeah, the Thorns build kind of I feel like it requires that razor plate. The only good thing is most of the aspects are all farmable. Don't really need them. Myth Salad is even better than those. Yeah, so Myth L. So if it's Myth Eater, which is what? What is the components of Myth Eater? It was just a random dungeon. It's because it's unique. It's not specific to any dungeon. It's just random. I actually have, Jessica, believe it or not, this is how disgusting it is. I already have an ancestral one at level 60 ready to go, which is even better. I have another razor plate. So at level 60, I have a massive upgrade. Because obviously we're in Nightmare, so we were getting ancestral stuff, which you can't wait until level 60. It meant that once I finished the story, I could quickly get a bit of gear without, like, having this issue of... to be fair, when I came out of the story, Myth and Maneater... Oh, Myth Ear is better than Myth at Maneater, yeah. Myth Ear is way better than Myth Eater, for sure. When I came out of the story, I actually... Like, I was on a call with Fix, and I was like, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't know whether I should be trying to use some of the legendaries to take the codex, take the aspects out of them and put them on another weapon, or whether I should just keep growing with the gear that I've got. Like, do I go and do that? I was a bit lost because essentially I had perfect rolled aspects of those legendaries, and I was like, well, I don't want to use them now because I'm going to replace them at level 60 and level 70. So, like, it's actually quite difficult for a new player, I think, because you don't know... like what to do. They kind of like just dump you in this end game and go, okay, off you go farm. And you're like, but what do I farm? And how often do I farm it? And where do I farm it? And what should, like, where, like, there's no help with build guides. Up until that point, a player's just like, okay, this is like plus 20 green. I'll take that. Or it's better here, or it's better there, right? You just upgrade what you get because you think it's better. So I did struggle with that. You got my first sacred unit from the PvP zone. I'm trying to Myth Ear with Alika and Thane. Any idea on the speeds? Myth Shan, Salad Myth, the Myth of Fuvald, Gwyn Myther. Let me see if I can find it for you now. I tried I tried PoE for approximately 20 minutes. Then I looked at the skill tree and I was like, I have no idea how to play this game and I'm out. Unfortunately. PoE's problem is also its best asset. Its problem is that... so it's going to be Fane. Alika. Eres' speed aura is 19%, right? Is Eres has an aura, doesn't she? Damn. So you could do this. Sorry, let me do this for you quickly. There may be some adjustments in the speed tune, but people can tell you once I've given you the speed initial links. Let's do that. Might need to check speed ratios on this, but I'm going to give you the rough estimate here. You can work it out from this. Oh, I'm not even on the right blimmin' difficulty, am I? Sorry, give me a second, guys. Okay, it does work. We should need to increase these a bit. You probably need to check speed ratios a little bit, but this will give you a bit of an idea to work from. Demitha, I've got Aura, but if you're not using Aura, Cruelty is fine, or Phantom Touch. That should be a speed tune for you. That is a 2-1. But Demitha going 3-1 with Alika and Fane. It kind of falls into tune at the end of turn 5. Should work on all difficulties. Just check the spirit ratio. You might need to put some delays in to get the spirit ratio working. Could be you need to go a little bit faster. So just mess with it. Like, you probably need to make Eris go faster for spirit. Yeah, like Eris needs to be like 284 for spirit. So just put Eris' speed at 284 instead. So that it covers spirit affinity. She's too slow for that for spirit. How are we gonna put the? I guess. Easy way to calculate the aura blessing change. Multiply it. Multiply. So you basically go, if you've got a 20% aura, you take the 20% and it's 100 base speed, it's 20 speed, then you give it a 1.025 bonus. It's like magic. This, that team? Yeah, that team are wonky. Because you can push Alika real hard, and just, all you do with Alika is you disable A1. You disable A2 and A3. All you do with Alika is A1, over and over and over and over. I've tested it. Even though the A2 hits really hard, the A1 having more opportunities to double hit will net you more overall damage. So you just keep hitting over and over and over again. It's really, really strong. Yeah, just change the aura, Mr. T2 Sugars. Just multiply. So, for example, if you've got a 19% aura, just do 19 times 1.025. And then type in the percentage box 19.475. It doesn't save it at the moment, but you can add it in. We will be adding in a configuration panel where you can actually set the blessing percentage. But for now, just multiply the percentage by the blessing and just apply that in the input, and that should give you the calculation that you require. Same with Fushan, right? All auras are like that, yeah. What gear for Alika? Stats. Des. You basically go into Optimizer. You pick Clan Boss Ultra Nightmare. You put Decreased Defense and Weaken. You set what tier of Cruelty you might have. And then you just pick stats. You want damage. Damage mode on the A1. And that's it. She doesn't need accuracy. She doesn't need anything else. You just pick damage. That's all you do. Can I get a... Brimstone on you? No, not yet. She is, like, insane damage. I can't tell you. Is Mythwatchers better than those? Mythwatchers has a higher damage ceiling than Mythair. So it's not a question of is something better, can something exceed a higher number with the right setup? Yes. But Mythwatchers is a little bit faster to build. It's a little bit more of an experimentalist build. Like, don't get me wrong, Instinct, you might have decent gear if you bought the Forge Pass. I would never buy the Forge Pass for Instinct because I feel like it's a waste of money. I just don't think it's a very good set. But you might find if you haven't done any sort of exceptional Fire Knight or Dark Fae farming, then right now your instinct gear has got more damage. But you'll replace it pretty quickly. Like, you should be able to, if you're in late game, farm Dark Fae 120. It's one of the easiest bosses to farm at the highest level. You just have to get the right speeds and the right setup. You don't need crazy speeds. You don't need it to be, like, super reliable. As long as it's 50-50, it's something you still should farm every day because Lethal will give you access to super high-quality gear because you can use the Forge Charms to manipulate yourself into a more 6-star gear. Which you cannot do with things like Savage, right? You've got to play the dice with Savage. You've got to farm the dungeons. Where with Forge, you can just keep, like, grinding it out. How would I build Rectordrath for Hydra Hard? Probably healthy, not a tank, not like a burden to the team. Build her with probably a bit of resistance so she can't get stolen, and build her fast, like 250 speed. Is there a Demitha comp that uses Deacon, Eris, and Painkeeper that doesn't need Seeker? I think there's one on Deadwood's site, Ada. I saw one with a Painkeeper. I don't know if it doesn't require the Seeker, though. But normally, if it's a Seeker, you can normally substitute it with a Deacon. There is ways to do it. Can I get Brimstone out? Thank you. Heal. No, that did not pay off. I kind of have to wait. Let's go hit him for a second. Need to wait until I can cleanse. Blow that off. Hit that. Throw that away. Cleanse off that. Nice. Yeah, if normally if there's a Seeker team, you can often find a way to get it with Deacon. It just might be a lot slower. A lot faster, sorry. Because Seeker is just such a dominant champion. Like, I can't put it into words how powerful Seeker is for making clan boss teams. You can do things with Seeker you just cannot do with other champions because it's such an easy... It's like 30% turn every 2 turns. It's such a large amount of turn meter to try and find a replacement for. It's very difficult. Can't wait for 1 for 2 tomorrow. Pull 24 with no leg on and have 8 saved up. Oh, good luck. I hope it works out for you. I have 0 because I, for some reason, decided to go for the cow. Yeah, exactly, Tahar. Seeker does... Like, it just makes things so much easier. In Sand Devil, can you replace Godseeker with Light Sworn? If you can keep everyone alive with Revive on Death, yes, probably. But maybe not, because he A1s too many times. That's the problem with some of those champions, is they attack too many times on the A1. Which means you end up in a situation where you wake the boss. And if you wake the boss, he gains turn meter, and that becomes a problem. You don't want to wake the boss. So, is there ever such a thing as a CB tuner calculator? I've been trying to improve Ninja in my unkillable... only give me a limited ball. I mean, not really a Seeker tuner. I mean, I work with Soph Tooch to like find different ways we can build teams, but it's not really a tuner because ultimately it just finds speeds. It's not going to make the champion do more damage. Your tuning there is basically finding stronger gear and getting more gear and 1%ing and improving your gear. That's basically what you're doing there. Might as well kill him right now. It's a good time to kill him. Drop the turn meter bar. It's going so far quite smoothly. We haven't had to worry about yelling with Cantra because we haven't had the provoke head. So we're pretty comfortable. Razin could be used as a force DPS. The only reason why I don't like using Razin is he's defense-based. So you lose a lot of value because essentially, you know, you want attack-based champions in Unkillable. That's why I don't really value him a little bit, because I feel like you can get better options 9 times out of 10 with just having an attack-based champion, you know. I mean, I use an uncommon champion in one of my clan boss teams right now, and it does 35 million because of increased attack. They outscale damage dealers, defense-based damage dealers. It's such a big thing. Like, you can outscale defense-based damage dealers so hard with attack-based damage dealers in an unkillable team. Really, all I want to do now is kill this Torment Head. Sniper. Kush. Saf, is Righteous Set good? I mean, in, like, purchasing the pass. I'm 50-50 on it, if I'm being honest. I am 50-50 on it. I can see why you'd buy it. Because I think in the right hands, it's very good. But I feel like it's one of those sets where it's a bit like Provoke. Provoke is not by no means a bad set. But it's not like you're using it universally, right? It's just like Reflex. Reflex is not a bad set. It's quite a good set. But you're not going to go out your way to use Reflex on every single build. It's not like Savage Lethal or Defiant, where it doesn't matter who you put it on, it's OP. Like Defiant and Bolster, doesn't matter where you use it or how you use it, it's one of the best sets because it gives you such a good starting position, and it's got 10% healing. It's baby regen with shield. So I think with Righteous, I can see some values in it. I don't know if it's buyable. If I would be buying it, I would be buying it for the contents of the Forge Pass, not the self itself, if that makes sense. And I would say that the set, the Forge Pass rewards are actually quite good. You get a lot from it. I prefer more Forge Charms, like... I prefer more things like rank and rarity charms over the other Forge Charms. But I think generally the Forge Pass is quite good. don't think we can really complain about the quality of it for the value that we pay. So yeah, if I was to buy it, I'm buying it because of the contents of the Forge Pass rather than the set is really good. Because I don't think the set is like so good that it's worth like instant buying. Whereas I think something like Bolster is almost instant buy because I could give you 100 different teams that it could fit into and would add value. The only place it doesn't work is if you want to like strip the buff. Then it's not a good idea, right? My brutal Hydra run went bad at 24 million damage. Wrath pops up and got Poison Cloud immediately. No way I could restart. Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, like last week, if you remember, if anyone caught the stream last week, they'll remember how much of an awful time I had on Nightmare. Like, I had such a bad time. I was sitting there, I had to restart it once, and I was sitting here, I was going, I've never had this much problems with this team. Look how much easier it is tonight. Like, it's a cakewalk. Not even struggling. We're already halfway there. Like, I bought the Righteous Path, but I was 50-50 about it. I was like, do I want it? I bought it in the end because I figured, you know, I might just get a base set of Righteous, whereas Defiant, I don't even think about. Bolster, I don't even think about. I'm like, where's my credit card? Buying it. Why do you need resistance in Iron Twins? Just get Oella. She's so good. Now you might be wondering, why am I not burning the Head of Suffering? I actually want the Suffering Head to stay alive as long as I possibly can keep the Suffering Head alive. Because it means I always have a Hydra Head that I can put Brimstone on. I don't want this Hydra Head to die. I want it to stay alive as long as I possibly can have it. Even if that means sacrificing a little bit of damage from Geo, it's better. Because I'll probably kill another head. And another one will pop up, and I can burn that head. I do not want to lose the head of suffering. The head of suffering. I also won't burn decreased speed block. Look how good Kantra is. Kantra's behaving. She just gave me decreased speed and block buffs on the Head of Wrath. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. So like now, for example, what do I want to do? I want to get Brimstone back out. So what do? We basically get Kantra and we say, hey Kantra, why don't you go A1 this head when all these guys stop taking a turn? It's like, hey Kantra, go A1 this head and put Brimstone back on. Okay, not quite ready yet. One more turn. Ten speed upgrade. It's not a bad set, as I said. It's not that I'm saying it's a bad set. I don't put it in the same category as like Instinct, where I say you would never use it. Hey, Brimstone. It's more, it has its uses, like Alpha's saying there, right? It has its uses for someone like Sify who needs a little bit of resistance and lots of speed. I think it's a more accessible Fortitude set, basically. The biggest problem with Fortitude is not its farmability. The biggest problem with Fortitude is why the hell would you ever farm Fortitude, like Bommel, when you can farm Dark Fae and get lethal gear? It's why, that, to be honest, they should do more different Doom Tower rotations. Even if it just uses exactly the same bosses, just so that we can get a rotation which doesn't have Bommel paired with... doesn't have Bommel paired with Dark Fae, because I don't think... I know probably some people do, but I just can't see the logic as to why any typical player would ever prioritize Bommel over Dark Fae. Because lethal is going to have more universality in terms of usage for the average player. Obviously, some endgame players will want the Fortitude set. mean, do we need to? Al Bundy? What benefits would you have? Sure, you just put 12 speed in. What usages would you have for the Aerial Great Hall? That you couldn't just adjust the speed number. Like, the Blessing makes sense because it's a calculation. So, in reality, you probably want not to have to manually calculate it. I get that. It should be in the calculator. Makes sense. But the Great Hall bonuses, like the area bonuses, like they're just stats. You just add 12 speed. Do you not? Or am I misunderstanding a use case? See, I'll actually probably do a bit of Agrath farming now, because I actually want to try and build up a decent Affinity Breaker set. Not many, just one Affinity Breaker set would be ideal. This is called Starlight. We're playing a playlist tonight called Epic Blockbuster. I've been changing up a little bit. Poof. God, this Hydra run is so casual tonight. I put this down to Iron Twins earlier. All the terrible RNG has been gone because we put it in Iron Twins. Yeah, it's not that I was saying like it was a terrible idea. We looked at it, Al Bundy, but then we realized, well, there's actually nothing we need to add because you would just adjust your speed accordingly. So you still need to be 272 speed. It just means you don't need as much in your artifacts. You just have it as bonuses. Whereas things like the aura bonus is a calculation, right? So that definitely needs to be in there. But yeah, just the flat era bonuses, there's not much value in, to be honest. Never got a provoke head tonight. What a dream. What a dream. We do need to get rid of some of these. Let's get rid of that reflect. That's a really annoying buff. I paid the price earlier in Iron Twins. This is my reward for the horrors that was Iron Twins earlier. I like this playlist. It's a nice playlist. Makes me want to go on an adventure. I did watch Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade the other day. It's pretty good. Can I share my link? Yeah, I'll do it at the end. I'm in the middle of this now. If I don't get this done, then we're never going to get it done. Boof. Like the Torment head gone, if I'm being honest. It's really annoying. What is it, 40 mil? Almost there. You want the Arabian music back? We can start with that one next time. Yeah, exactly, Davey. Like, I don't have many, but I do have a couple of pieces. I really want to see the value. Like, I think it's the easiest place to see the value of the new Affinity Breaker is when we rerun the Sand Devil team that I did as a video today. Exactly the same way, right? It was doing about 250, 230. If it drops to like sub 2 minutes, then Affinity Breaker change is very good. If it stays exactly the same, it's not very good. Now, I know for a fact that some people have tried Affinity Breaker in its current guise, and they found it not much better than Toxic, so they didn't bother with it. I know, Nick. It's just appalling, isn't it? Like, it's just awful. How is it so easy right now? Just a nice casual. Ah, I should have not done that. I should have waited for the fear. I'm an idiot. On the end of the world. I mean, I can end it, right? I've one keyed Nightmare. I can end it. I haven't seen the Dial of Destiny yet. I know it's coming out. I don't know about it. But some people seem to suggest it's better than the Crystal Skull, but not as good as the OGs. Have you noticed a big impact from live arena Hydra bonuses? I mean, for clan boss, yeah, because I can obviously build them like 12 speed lower. Uh-oh. Neck was out. Anyway, we're done. 40.97 million. Royal Guard, as always, is the MVP. I have, yeah, Nick, this is how much I've impacted, right? This is how much the area bonuses have impacted my Hydra. Yeah. I'm a clan boss zealot. I will max out my clan boss before I even get anywhere near anything else. Not some, I don't know if I'll do this. I don't really know if that's much value, to be honest. I think that's a waste of medals. But definitely like this, I'll max out this, I'll max out that, I'll max out. I'll probably max out like attack. I won't do the HP defense. I know a lot of people have done this, finite, but I have no interest in finite hard. The reason why I have no interest in finite hard is, in my belief, my opinion, no game mode should be locked behind 2 champions when you have 760 plus champions. It's a disgrace. Right then, let's run the Brutal. It's time to unlock the Whisper. The Whisper. Yeah, I did in the end. I was going to wait and hold them all, but I was like, ah. I shouldn't do that. I just have no interest in trying to beat it, so we have to kind of ride out the poison cloud here. It's kind of sucky. This is a type of team that would value from the new curse set, because you can see, like, you'll probably see how difficult it is for me to sustain the hex debuff on my good old friend here, my Michinaki. The good news is we've got the burn on the Torment Head, so we can start getting some debuffs. Right. Time to go Super Saiyan. Let's go, Whisper. 1. Smash. Boof. 370,000. Thank you, Whisper. You were of great service. The problem with Whisper is trying to find a speed tune that's going to make her work. Because she's conditional extra turn, it's very difficult for you to actually find a clan boss team that's going to make her work. The only one that I can think of is probably Deacon Eater, because that doesn't require, like, you get the decreased defense from Deacon. You could probably run something like stupid counterattack. No, this is why I hate this team sometimes. My Ugo is not ready yet. Ugo is who's coming in here for Skull Lord. I got a second Ugo now. That's the champion that's going to be coming in here to deal with some of these problems. Luckily we can... He weak hit. He weak hit. He weak hit. Ay, 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 ay. Alright, well. We just need to kill the Torment Head. But yeah, so the problem with Whisper is you need to find a speed tune that's going to be able to, like, fit around the problems of her kit, being that she takes so many conditional extra turns you can't control it. Very few clan boss teams are going to be able to support that kind of champion. Going out. fine. It's always a risk. So yeah, so that's the only downside. But if you can get her into the team, then she is going to be she's very strong in clan boss if you can get her in a team. The problem is, can you actually get her in a team? It'd be great actually if she dies right now. That would be wonderful. Can you kill her for me? See if we play. Kill the Whisper. Kill the Whisper. That's not the Whisper. Thank you. Perfect. Absolute perfection. We just reset the consumption counter, and we're not going to have to try and get Whisper out. We're kind of taking a lot of damage right now, though. It's a bit more than I would normally expect. This will help us. Here's some continuous heals. Get this out. Right, can we kill the Head of Torment, please? Right, okay, cool. So, now, we're about to see what Whisper can do. If we can get lucky, and we can get Lydia to go before Whisper, then we have a chance. Hopefully Lydia's got A2. Ah, she doesn't. That sucks. Just gonna have to try and make our own fortunes. Whisper. Yes. Okay, this is good. Now we just need to get Whisper back around to her abilities. We're about to find out why I like Whisper so much. Not really, Bugra. Your best way is to wait. Literally just wait. You will eventually find that people will climb above you. Right, we lost the increased attack. It's not a problem. Can I get a turn? Please, can I get a turn? Please allow me to have a turn. Let my... Yes. Oh, I don't have an extra turn. No! Oh, I didn't have an extra turn. Sucks. This is not a fair head. Oh no. Just provoke that for me. Come on. The only thing I don't like about Duchess teams is she's a 4-turn cooldown, which makes her very difficult to speed tune correctly. I haven't had many Relentless procs today of that Whisper. Whisper's also enjoying the casual run, right? I really shouldn't use Skull Lord Vargal against him. That's a really bad idea. Can we not? Please, can we stop dealing with this nonsense? I should have provoked. I'm an idiot. Maybe I can get back into Skull Lord. Maybe. Okay. Whisper time. Here we go. Boof. 1 million damage. A million. Honestly, I don't think I need Krisk and Skull Lord in this team. I should have provoked there again. Do I get a turn with Whisper before it wakes up? Do I get a turn with Whisper? Yes. Oh, come on, Whisper. Relentless proc every now and... Yes. 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 Here we go. 1 million damage. Here we go. And again. Yes. Here it is. Oh, she's not done yet. Here we go again. Another 1 million damage. She's not done yet. Oh my god, she's still not done. Holy crap, this is like the craziest run. Someone needs to clip this last minute. She's still going. Still going. You know when I said she didn't get many extra turns? Did it? He just did 12. Someone needs to clip that. That's a short territory, that is. I wish I needed that short plugin that I got on OBS. That's crazy. That is a crazy amount of turns. That is a crazy, like... I don't know how much we actually... How much actual damage she just did in a one-turn setup there. Like, how much were we on? Must have been a lot. Mil. It's a little bit mental, I'm not gonna lie. Broke you. Oh God. Can I get my champion out, please? Here we go. Okay, we've got to come back down to reality. We're not there at 1 key yet, and we've got to keep our champions alive here. And we've got to deal with the fact that there's buffs about to go off on everyone. Nothing I can really do about that, so... I do need to make my Michinaki a lot faster than we've got here. He's a bit too slow. I think he's like 210. I think he's just way too slow. Like, this team is by far from perfect. I'm going to have a provoke. Nothing I can absolutely do there. Just build that up. There's nothing I could do about this cleanse that's about to come in. This is fail territory right now. On a great spot. There's the cleanse. There's the protection. I basically need to stay alive until I can get back onto Michinaki's A2. That's helpful. Can't do anything right now. Right there. That's big. It's alright, it's only a cleanse. I can get it back into control now. It's close. No, Duchess, I shouldn't do that. Michinaki's weak affinity here as well, which does not help. It does not help at all. Let's just go for that. Bit of damage over on the Torment Head. Get poison out. Deepest attack. Nice. Got a good amount of coverage on... But you can see what I mean in terms of the Hex, right? I feel like Michinaki needs help. This head is out of control right now. I've got Blood Shield on Whisper, which in reality, not the best thing for Hydra, but you can see the value of it when you get huge damage because you get a big shield. So in kind of like reality, I shouldn't do it, but the only downside is it's just picking on champions that don't have all the buffs at the moment. Should be. It's not. I don't think it's a problem though. We can just one-shot this for some damage. Boof, 290. He's on death's door. Krisk is borderline dead. Is there a way to force sets on the optimizer? Yeah, there's required sets. If you go into the sets tab, Mr. T2 Sugars, there is a required sets tab. So you can tell the optimizer, I want this set. This is not the best, I'll be honest. Not the greatest scenario to be in. I guess I'll just hit you for some damage. Ah, weak hit again. Yeah, I mean, when you do 5% of a million damage, it's a lot. So the only problem here is Michinaki is weak affinity to this stupid Mischief Head. So I cannot get uptime in terms of damage on here, but I should be able to now. Because hopefully I've got Everything available. No Hex, though. That's the problem. Without the Hex there, it's very difficult to target him. And if you can't target him, we have this problem. Where basically I'm going to lose the champion because I cannot pick on him. I can't do anything. Because of Michinaki. So I actually don't... Some respects, I like Michinaki. He does a lot of damage, but in some respects, I don't like him because affinity-wise, he's a problem. It's probably the build I have as well. It's not the best. So I really need him not to weak hit this next attack. And her not to attack that head. Because if I don't get the Hex out of him, I can't get my champion out. Thankfully, it's Skull Lords. It's not the most important. Right, good. We actually do something now. This team is going to get so much better when I get Ugo in here. So much better. Because this block buffing is a nightmare. Right, who am I picking on? Let's take out this Cleanse Head. Bye-bye, Cleanse Head. Pop. Ooh, nearly. Pop. Right, no more provoking required. What's 1 key brutal? Is it 30 mil? It's 30 mil, right? I do actually think he needs a net. I think this scenario is where I think Cursed is really good. I think Cursed has a lot of value in this type of setup where essentially you need a secondary Hex champion. Because he's not really able to keep the Hex up enough. A part of that is going to be build. In the sense that I haven't got him fast enough. But a lot of it will be down to a lack of consistency with his... Like, we'll get a passive here. So you can see once we get it going, his damage ramps up. He does surprisingly... Like, I found surprisingly, he does do an awful lot of damage when he doesn't... Like, it never feels like he's ever the source of damage. But he always seems to pump out lots of numbers. I need to get rid of that pain link, ideally. Would you build Deliana to provide block buffs? I don't think she's that good as block buffs, but that's probably just me being a opinionated person. I should not have done that, because she hasn't got Veil. Here we go. She's off on one again. Kill him away. She's doing it again. Okay, she stopped now. Yeah, you don't really feel like I wouldn't. You're watching this, you think you're looking at Whisper doing like 1 million damage here and this and that, and then you at the end you'll be like, blimmin' hell, where was Michinaki's damage? Like, where did it come from? Ah, it's a shame we didn't get an extra turn there, but we will get another one. What's the question, Stico? Sorry, am I ignoring your question? What 6-star blessing would I put on Whisper? Phantom Touch. You don't really need Crushing Rend because her A2 ignores 100% defense. All other blessings are probably kind of useless, I'll be honest. I can't really imagine there's any other value. You could put Cruelty if you don't have a very high ranking Cruelty. I mean, that's obviously an option. But like, Phantom Touch damage here. Let's see if we can find some Phantom Touch procs. 48,000 on there. We've one keyed, right? We're there. We're over the line. Gotta say, Hydra tonight has been quite comfortable. Compared to previous nights, it's been pretty good tonight. Oh, we can go another cycle. Do we have another one? Yes. That was the double Relentless. See, she got an extra turn and a Relentless in the same turn. So we're able to get an extra turn. That's why Relentless on extra turn champions like Nekmo, Thar, Mithrala, Dithy, Whisper is so valuable because you can queue up your extra turns. I'm going to put on auto now. Let's just see how long it lasts. It won't last long because it's a really bad thing. But we'll just leave it run on auto for a bit. I don't think so, Dutchy, because you've got to understand, mine's running at 7,000, so 7k attack times 3.5. She's going to be dealing 24,000 with 30% ignore defense. So, do I really think that 35% more defense is going to give me 24k more damage? On 6 out of 6, right? Because technically I could roll that twice. So there's a chance I could get 24.5 plus 24.5. That's without increased attack, which she's going to have. So actually it's 14 times 3.5. So it's actually more like 49,000 with 30% ignore defense. I could roll that twice. So is 6-star Crushing Rend going to give me an extra 100,000 damage per turn? Probably not. It would be an interesting math experiment to do. Probably not do it on this run. Wait. She revived someone, did she, or no? Did someone die? Or someone eaten? Someone's eaten. I don't know. But it would be an interesting thought experiment. I'm pretty sure my gut tells me that a Phantom Touch would do more damage. Because, if you think... Let's just do a quick bit of Excel. You wanted it. You're going to get it. Right, so we know the boss has got about 15,000 defense. With decreased defense on... That's going to bring her down to... Did she? She killed herself. So... We're going to have defense number there, defense number there, defense number there, and then... Ignore defense. I've got her in lethal, cruel, I think, at the moment. Just see what I've got her in. I got her in relentless. So no cruel, no ignore defense. So essentially, she will do none of that. So she will basically do 0, right? What's that? 1. 1's 100, right? Yeah, so 0. Okay. So... The boss has got 83% ignore defense, right? So Whisper's attack is 7,000. She's got 262 critical damage, so 2.62. So that's a percentage as well. And we do have some bonus mastery, so we can throw in here. She's got what? 5% on full HP, so 5%. We'll ignore that one for now. 6%, and then 10% for methodical, right? So 5% and 6%. So 0.05, 0.06, and 0.1. Okay, so let's just do that. Don't know why that one plays up every now and then. So defense, DR percentage, attack, crit damage, Mastery 1, I can't remember the name of it. Mastery 2, Methodical. Okay. So, her A1 multiplier is going to be this. A2 doesn't really matter. A3 ignores defense, right? So, A1 multipliers are 4 times attack. 3.8. And 2.6 times 2. So 3.8 and then 2.6 times 2. So those are the multipliers. So we should have... Assuming we're going to have a weaken as well. 4 times... This times 1.5. times 1 plus times 1 plus this times 1 plus that times 1 plus that times 1 plus that times 1 minus that. So that should be the damage she deals. Okay. Now, if we're going to be talking a Phantom Touch proc, that is that times 1.5, because it is going to be times 3.5, and then we need to do times 1 minus that. So what we're going to need to do is going to need to work out what our ignore defense component is with 30% ignore defense, because we gain 0.3 here. Okay. Can Phantom Touch proc on a weak hit? I think it can, yes. So what I should also add is weaken 1.25, 1.25. I think that's everything. Dark Fate with minus 20% deals to everyone. Like, we could put cruelty. I'm going to assume no cruelty right now. For the time being. We'll put it in after, right? Because what cruelty does is it takes the base number down here, right? So if we were doing cruelty, we'd basically take 1500 times 0.8. Be 1200. So that's what we'll do it off here. So we'll just move this across. Okay, so we could do this. Base damage. Oops. With cruelty, we'll do that. Okay. Phantom Touch proc. Move this down. Normal. Cruelty. Because obviously cruelty will reduce it, so we basically take that. And we do that. Okay. So we're multiplying all the stats, and then we're multiplying it by the multiplier, right? So we should be able to basically pin some numbers here. We're not going to change B6. We're not going to change B7. Oops. We're not going to change B8. No, are we going to change B9 or B2? Drag this across. What we are going to do is we're going to get rid of C2, C10, because we don't have methodical on A2. Oops, no. So we're going to get rid of D10 here as well, because we don't have methodical on there. Basically drag this down. And then put that as 10, and then change this to C2. Why is that so much higher? What have I done wrong here? F6. Oh, because I need that as F5. So these are the base numbers we've got going on here. Why do I feel like this number's low? Something doesn't feel right here. Like my Dark Fate hits for my Whisper hits for like 275,000. I've missed something. One 4947. Why does that feel like it should hit a lot higher? I have increased attack on. Yeah, multiplied by crit damage. If I take the multiplied by crit damage out, drops a lot. Let's just check that this is calculating correctly. Yeah, it's all correct. I'm pretty sure. Oh, I know why. I know why. That's more like it. Her A2 ignores 100% defense. That's why I was confused. That's better. Right, so these are the numbers. Makes more sense now I know where I am at. There's probably some flexibility in terms of like roll ranges. This is the 0% range. So right now, we should expect a base damage of 38,577, 45,000, 42,900 with cruelty, 50,000, okay? Crushing Rend will not help A2. Why? Because Crushing Rend ignores 100% defense. It ignores 35%. We're already ignoring defense. It doesn't help. But it will help on these. So if we are ignoring more defense here, right, we will be ignoring 30% defense. So we should be using this number here. This is Crushing Rend. Or 35%, I should say it should be. No, I've done it wrong here. Right, so if we're ignoring 30% defense, right? That looks way low still on the A2. Should not be 360k. I don't think so. What does my video show? Go have a look at my Whisper Spotlight guide. And let me know what it looks like. What I want to do here now is I want to make one more institution here. And I want to go DR percentage with crushing. PT. Now, I'm pretty sure crushing is this. But 35. And it is this. 35. What does the optimizer show? That's a good point. It won't calculate it because it's not reading the... it's not reading it properly because it won't read the... It won't read the weaken properly, look. It won't read that it's 100% ignore defense. I can make it though, because I can basically go... General... 250k with a weaken. I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like I'm missing something somewhere. Oh, books. Well, we finished this. Books. Whisper, 21 million damage. 21 million damage. I've missed that passive as well. While we're here, 21 million damage. She probably did 6 million damage in that one turn that she took. It's a shame I couldn't showcase this on the video. Kind of proves a point, right? Whisper, absolute beast. Save that image. Put it on Twitter. Make a short. Do some other content creator official stuff that I meant to do. Downloads. Whisper. Hydra. Brutal. Big damage. Right, so keep results. Whisper. Whisper's Whisper. Where's Whisper? So we get 10, 25, 30. Woo. Woohoo. Woohoo. Getting closer. And of course we get this. Increases damage inflicted on boss by 20%. So we can just basically do 2. Oops. There we go. It's a bit better. Why is that so high? Oh, because we're meant to be not ignoring that. We've got the wrong. Right, that's better. Okay, that's better. Obviously, there's some variability, right? So it could go and do a 10% run, which would be 331. There's variability. But this should be good now. Books, everything, multipliers. There's probably some things like the 8% when they're below 40%. That could be doing more damage. There could be other champions in there. It could be like you're getting increased crit damage. It could be lots of different things. But just as a ballpark, it's a pretty good idea. So the question we have is it better to do this proc, which is what we've got here, right? 7,000 multiplied with the PT proc. So a normal PT proc will be 9289, or cruelty will be 11048. That is the PT proc, because it's attack times 3.5 times 1 minus C3. It cannot be multiplied, but it will be increased by Phantom Touch. By weaken, right? Will be increased. So the question is, do we get more damage here with with Crushing Rend over Phantom Touch? I'm going to do it based off of cruelty. We're going to go full max, okay? Obviously, we probably can't from the... Okay, so A1 should be this multiplier, but instead of C2, we're going to go for this. Might be, you know. Might be. This multiplier. We're still at 0%, so this should be no gain. This multiplier should be Crushing Rend. Now, so this is only one proc, but there's a chance you can proc two. So let's just say you proc this twice. So you get two of them. I would say, based on this math, Crushing Rend is stronger than Phantom Touch. At 6-star. Because effectively... Well, you don't need to average it, right? I can basically tell you how much it'll average, because I can basically say this times 10, because it's going to happen, and then, what is it, 35%? So this times like 3. Oops. Equals sum of this equals that divided by 10. So on average, it's 14,000 more damage, right? Because you get like 35% chance to get an extra proc, 100% chance you're going to get 11,000. So you get 143,000 over 10 turns. Divided by 10, you get 14,000 on average. But every time you A1, you're going to get 21,000 more damage. Every time you A3, you're going to get 30,000 more damage. So in both respects, Crushing Rend will deal more damage on the A1 and the A3 than Phantom Touch. Why? Probably because the boss is an impact. Now, I wonder how it would manipulate it if this was still this. Yeah, it's still strong, see? Cruelty basically gives you around about 10% more damage. So yeah, PT. Even though you ignore 100% defense, PT. But it would be different on lower defenses, right? So if this was at like 6,500 defense, then... still PT. When does it change? Starts becoming different at lower defenses. So at 3,000 defense, then you start seeing Phantom Touch starting to take account. Because you get on average 37,000. That's now beating A1. 2,500, you're now comfortably ahead of A1s. 2,000, you're now ahead of both of them. So the TLDR is kind of like, if you're below 2,500 defense, Phantom Touch is probably overall better. If you're above 2,500 defense, Phantom Touch is overall better. So for boss killing, where you've got high defense targets, someone like a Sand Devil, someone like an Iron Twins, if you were doing it that way, which you wouldn't, something like a Hydra, like if you think we've just done Hydra there, right? We've just done stage, was it stage rotation 3, something like that, stage brutal. We're fighting targets with like 4,000 defense. It would be better. However, there is a better blessing maybe even for Hydra. Because what we haven't figured out is, what about if we run Hero Soul? What does Hero Soul give you? It gives you a 3, 6, 9, 12% damage boost. Right, it gives you a 12% damage boost because you've got 4 Hydra heads. So in essence, we need to take this, change the defense number back to this, and then give us a 12% bonus. Now, obviously, it should be 12% more damage, theoretically. The logic would tell you that this should be 12% more damage. But is Hero Soul better? That's the question. Because obviously Hero Soul will work on this ability, right? Hero Soul will actually increase your A2 ability where Crushing Rend cannot. So do you get more overall damage from Hero Soul? Obviously that's 12%. It's a rather irrelevant figure to calculate here. It's going to be that. So the best way to work this out is you basically take it like this. Oops, made a mistake. So we're on a 3-turn cooldown for most of these. So if we basically add up the bonus, yeah, and divide it amongst 3, that tells us on average how much damage per turn. Whereas if we take this and go times that by 3, and then probably give us 1 bonus over a 3-turn, then that's going to give us that. So we can basically say, okay, on average, we can kind of go PT per turn, Crushing Rend per turn, Hero Soul per turn, we have a winner. But it changes. So if you're at 2500 defense, like if I just do color bars here, color scales, color bars like that. That's probably a bit aggressive. Can we do it a little bit better? So aggressive? No. Okay. Let's be doing it like that. So at 2500 or lower, Hero Soul is actually way better. It's even better than Phantom Touch. Right? Once you start hitting 4,000 defenses, Crushing Rend starts overcoming Hero Soul. Once you start hitting crazy defenses, Hero Soul starts getting better. This is a crazy thinking graph. So basically, extreme defenses, Hero Soul is better. Why? Because base multiplication effects can overcome high DR percentages. Whereas if you start entering this realm of 1200 defense, then Crushing Rend is basically on par with Hero Soul. So, unfortunately, that only works 12%. For Sand Devil, for Dark Fae, Hero Soul won't be good, right? It's actually difficult to graph this. No. Hero Soul doesn't work like that. Hero Soul basically goes, if I attack a boss, then all opponents enter the multiplier. So even though your clones are not boss minions, if you attack the boss, then you get the bonus. Now, obviously, when we kill the clones, we don't have the bonus. So in Hydra Head, if all four heads will constantly give you 12%, even if they're dead or alive. Because they never technically die. They become variants, and those variants are bosses. And as long as you attack a boss, you get the 12% bonus as long as there are other minions. It doesn't matter what the other opponents are. If you attack a boss, you get the bonus regardless of how many different things. So when I attack things like Spider, because there's like there's 11 enemies, I get 11% bonus up to 12% cap. Or whatever. I don't even know if it caps. It probably doesn't. So the TLDR here is at 12,000 defense. So basically, if we're attacking Dark Fae, then Crushing Rend is the best. Now, if we're attacking a Head of Suffering at like 9571, Crushing Rend is better, but only under Cruelty. If you haven't stacked up Cruelty yet, then you're not going to you're not going to get the bonus, right? So obviously, let me rephrase that. This isn't with Cruelty, right? 9571 would be this times that, right? And that is going to be 0.2 or 0.8. Right, that's better. So, as a Suffering Head, the Cruelty bonus does help you, right? Because it makes Crushing Rend better. Now, obviously, if we lift it up to Nightmare, the Suffering goes to 11,057. Crushing Rend is still better. But if you push it up to 1,500, it starts... So extreme defenses, Hero Soul is really good. Really small defenses, Hero Soul is really good. So like for a lot of these heads, so like say, what's a 5,000 defense? Crushing Rend is better. But if you were in sort of not like hard stage, where you're talking 2787, Hero Soul is better. So Hero Soul is going to be a better blessing for normal and hard. Crushing Rend will be a better blessing for Brutal Nightmare. And for extreme defenses, if you can get 12% Hero Soul, it's better for extreme defenses. But obviously, it's per stack, right? So, for example, the other place where I can imagine you might be able to get lots of allies is Doom Tower Rotation 2. Because we've got Iragoth, right? Iragoth is 4,487. There's 4 allies, so you get 3, 6, 9, 12. You get enough, right? But even at 4147, what do we get? 4484. Crushing Rend is still better. Yeah, I'm going to count for decreased defense. You see the 0.6 here, 0.6 here. It's very small, I know. I'm basically saying take decreased defense off, then ignore defense. So this is with no ignore defense. This is with PT. This is with Crushing Rend, and this is 100%, right? So this is 35% ignore defense, 30% ignore defense, and then no ignore defense. But decreased defense is always on, as is weaken. It's interesting. What we haven't looked at is what if you change the champion build? Does that have an impact at all? So like if we go back to Hydra Rotation 2 here and we were looking at Bruta, right? So let's just say we want to attack... Wait, that's not right, is it? Is that Brutal? Mischief Breath? Yeah, probably. Let's just say we want to attack 3099. This is Brutal stats. So right now, at 3099, with a full stack Cruelty, Hero Soul is better. But if we didn't have Cruelty, Crushing Rend is better. Yes, Deadheads count as living enemies. Because you never kill an enemy, right? If you think, none of the defeat enemy effects work. So what happens if we go for 7,400 attack? What I want to work out is that minus that divided by that. So I think pretty much PT looks really bad. Right, so that's always going to be 12% difference by the looks of it on that basis. Interesting. Interesting, that is. So when it's no Cruelty, Crushing Rend is 12% worse. 12% stronger than Hero Soul at 3099. But if I put Cruelty on, Hero Soul becomes stronger by 5%. Yeah, so the reason why Phantom Touch is really good for Clan Boss is look what happens when you put it down to 1.520. Wow, Crushing Rend is still coming out on top. Crushing Rend is still beating it. Unless this number's picking up somewhere at random. Oh, I've got a mistake. There we go. Let's just rewrite all of everything I've just said. This is why you should always check your math, guys. Big mistake. Yeah, PT 100% beats this. What about 3066? Yeah, okay. Now we're changing the context. Phantom Touch is better. In this instance here, of 3099, Phantom Touch beats it. A 6-star Phantom Touch is going to do more damage on average. I was dividing this by 10, not 3. This should have been divided by 3 because it's 3 Cruelty procs and 1 bonus proc over a 3 turn. And we're dividing the bonus damage here by 3 because we're going 1, 2, 3 skills. So over 3 turns, Phantom Touch is better. But when we start incrementing, you can see like it starts changing a little bit. So when you get rid of the Cruelty, then Crushing Rend starts climbing. If you put it up to 4,000 defense, still better. 5,000, still better. 6,000, that's when it changes. So round about 5,000 is the break point. 4,250, give or take. Yeah, it's about 4,300 defense. Now, does it change if I change the attack? No. So at 4,300 defense, Crushing Rend becomes the number 1. Below 4,300 defense, Phantom Touch is the number 1. This is 6-star Crushing Rend versus 6-star Phantom Touch. Because we've basically said, calculate the damage as if I've got 3 times 1 proc and 1 bonus proc. So you have a 35% chance to proc a second time. So obviously there's variability in the sense that if you get a lot of good RNG, then you can basically get more damage on Phantom Touch. But let's just assume the even average of 1 bonus with 3 guaranteed. So 4 divided by that. So around about 4,300 is the breakpoint as to when Crushing Rend overtakes. So for something like, as we said, 14979, for something like Dark Fae, then Phantom Touch is beating it just. Unless you have Cruelty. If you have Cruelty maxed up, then Crushing Rend beats it, because you enter into a different part of the damage reduction curve, right? If we think of damage reduction in this picture here, right? If we think of damage reduction in this type of picture, the difference at the top end of damage reduction is quite, like, not a lot, right? So unless you're going to start, you want to be entering this curve. This curve here is where you get a lot of value from Ignore Defense. That's why Ignore Defense in Clan Boss is bad. Why? Because you don't really get any value down here. Clan Boss is down here. Dark Fae is up here. So unless you're going to get into this curve, then Ignore Defense is quite low value, because essentially you're ignoring like 1% damage. So in this instance, because at 14979 we're still at 83% damage reduction, Phantom Touch gets 30%, Crushing Rend gets 35%. That 5% damage is not enough to overcome the Phantom Touch damage at 7400 attack. Now at 7000 attack, doesn't matter. It's still the same thing. 6000 attack, doesn't matter. 5000 attack, doesn't matter. 4000 attack, it never changes at that build. Probably crit damage does have a little bit of impact. So the more crit damage you have, it will affect it. Why? Because crit damage can multiply your Phantom Touch, your Crushing Rend. Phantom Touch cannot work with crit damage. So if you have a little bit more crit damage here, then you will gain. So at this particular build, 7400, like my build here at 7000, I think mine's 7013, Phantom Touch for me is still slightly better damage on Dark Fae, because it's an extreme defense. Now if I was to have 20% Crushing Rend, 20% Cruelty, then because we start entering that curve, Crushing Rend overtakes Phantom Touch. Now, in my team, I don't know what I've got in terms of Crushing Rend. I've only got a 3-star. So a 3-star gets you 10%. Which is better. So realistically, my Whisper for Dark Fae should have Crushing Rend, because overall, it's a little bit better, right? It's a bit like this. Right. It's 7% better than Phantom Touch because of the Cruelty. But if you didn't have Cruelty, then Phantom Touch is better, because you can't ignore enough defense. The Cruelty almost puts you into a banding where you can get a little bit more ignore defense. Now, obviously, if you had, like, instead of Relentless, it would change the picture again, right? Because if we had actually got, like, say, like, we put Savage Lethal on, then it changes the picture again. Because this is now 0.65. Then it goes Super Saiyan. Why? Because we're in more of that curve. Yes, you can't ignore... Defense is capped at 85%, Neo. In that sense. So you'll always have like 15% damage reduction unless you can ignore the remaining. Like, defense can has like a diminishing return, essentially. That's why you see in the start of this formula it says minus 0.85, because that's the cap. So if you go lethal, then this is way stronger, right? Because essentially now we're not just ignoring a little bit, we're ignoring a lot of the curve. You shouldn't use... Yeah, Savage in Clan Boss is bad. Let me show you why. This is Clan Boss, right? So it got maxed out. Okay. Left numbers here are if you are not having any sort of ignore defense. I do get a little bit of damage reduction. but it's 9%. 9% damage reduction. You could probably invest that into retaliation, and one hit is going to out-damage it. You can see here how much better Phantom Touch is now that the defense is lower. So it's going to be like this kind of bell curve thing, where basically if you can get into the curve of damage reduction, then Crushing Rend is going to overtake Phantom Touch until you get to the base of that curve, and then Phantom Touch is going to overtake. So in a graph visual, the way we can look at it is kind of go... We take like a picture of this. If we assume this, we're basically going to go like that and that. This area here is Phantom Touch. This area here is Phantom Touch. This area here, Crushing Rend. So if you can get in this curve, Crushing Rend is great. If you sit up here or down here, Phantom Touch is better. Say over 10 hits, would it be beneficial to run lethal over Relentless? I don't think so with her, Dutchy, because I think you're going to be able to hit more... Like, so the moment you hit 1A2, right, we're talking about increases of... What was it? 14797. 14979, something like that, right? We're talking increases of like 42,000 per turn. You only need to get one more A2 and you do 301,000, right? So the thing about Relentless is it's going to get you back around to these abilities quicker. Yeah? It's like 30,000 more damage per turn, but you only need to get back around to this once. And because of extra turn mechanics, the way that it works with Relentless in the sense that you can queue up Relentless alongside a guaranteed extra turn, you get so many extra turns. I don't think it's worth it for someone like a Necmo, a Mr. Adadaithe, or a Whisper. I just think the Relentless is just worth the extra 30% loss. Yeah, like she just has so many bonus chances. It's the A3 that's more impactful. It's this A3 ability that defines the need for Relentless. This A3 ability defines the need for Relentless. Why? Because I can get a Relentless proc on a guaranteed extra turn. So I can queue up another extra turn. So I can go A1, A3, double extra turn, A2, into A1 again. I could get another Relentless proc here, which backs me back into A3. That's what you're doing. You're giving yourself more chances to roll the dice by having Relentless with a guaranteed extra turn. If this wasn't guaranteed, it wouldn't be worth it with this 10%. You would go lethal. But because this is guaranteed with this also ignoring 100% defense, really you've only got two abilities that can ignore further defense, and you're really trying to use those abilities to get back around to this, so you want the Relentless. This is what you want uptime on. This out damages everything by a mile. What blessing for 6-star Alika on Clan Boss? Phantom Touch. We just proved that here, right? 1520, Phantom Touch. By a country mile, Phantom Touch. No, queued was fine. What they did was they capped the Relentless to her. So what they did is they basically meant, so you have 18% chance, the next chance is 9%, the next chance is 4.5%. You eventually run out of rolls. You can still go extra turn twice, but it just meant that the skill extra turn is on a different roll to the set extra turn, but it has an exponential like diminishing return. Like you'll eventually run out of percentages because it just gets so hard to do. You eventually you can't do it, right? Does Whisper do good damage in Clan Boss? Absolutely. If you can find a Clan Boss team that she can sit in, she hits really hard. Because if you think how Mr. Adadaithe worked, it's stronger than that. If you go check the Clan Boss video I did where it was like 7-1 Mr. Adadaithe, it's exactly what you will experience with Whisper, but she hits harder because one of her abilities will ignore 100% defense. There is still a value, even when we're down in this bell curve down here, that if you can get from like 17% ignore defense to 0, the 0 is still valuable. That's why, to some extent, there is a bit of value in having this area bonus here. Because if you have a champion that ignores 50% defense and you put a lethal gear on them, then this will put them to true damage. Think of champions like Rorik, right? Rorik on this A3 ability ignores 50% of the target's defense. If he's hit lethal with Cruel, he's at 80% ignore defense. So 20% more ignore defense from the great area bonuses means this becomes true damage, which does make quite a bit difference. Then it becomes a little bit more valuable to have lethal because every time he counterattacks, true damage. Poof. Very, very strong. So, yeah, I'm sure that's how the extra turn works. The most extra turns I've gotten from Relentless was like 4 or so, and it happened. Yeah, so like if you imagine over a 50 turn run, yeah, so say like you're going 2-1 in a clan boss team, right? You're going to do 100 actions. That 100 actions has an 18% chance on average to give you extra turns. So you should get on average 18 turns. Now, there's always a chance that you can go 0.18 times 0.18, right? Extra turn after extra turn, which is at 0.09, sorry. So there's always a chance that there's a percentage that this could happen, yeah? So what ends up happening is over 100 turns, you should get about 18 1 return and about 1.62 double, right? And then a triple would be 0.18 times 0.09 times 0.045. It becomes exponentially less likely. There's a 0.0 number, right? So you should have 0.0 chances to get 3 back-to-back. So this is like 1 back-to-back, 2 back-to-back, 3 back-to-back. On average, over a 100 turn run. Now, obviously, these are averages, so there's easily a possibility that you can get 3. But what happens when you have a guaranteed extra turn is this 100 becomes 200, right? And when this becomes 200, well, now I've got 36 chances. And when this becomes 200, right? I think I did that wrong. I can never remember how to do these multiple rolls. It should just be double this, right? Because you've got twice the amount of opportunities. So now we're going to get 3 of them. 3.2. Not really a percentage, it shouldn't be. It should be just a number. Yeah? It should just be a number. It should just be like times with 100. So you should be getting 3.2. Why? Because the guaranteed extra turn is giving me extra actions that I don't require speed for. That's why Relentless on champions that guarantee you an extra turn are very valuable, because essentially it's an extra throw of the dice, an extra roll of the dice. I've got an extra chance to get 0.7. Yeah, so I'm basically, with a guaranteed extra turn, so I can get double my extra turns, then I can do it. I think when I looked at the Mithrala Daithi, he had a guaranteed 240 runs. 240 runs in a 100 clan boss run with his speed team when he was running 3-1, but he was basically running 4-1 because he had a guaranteed extra turn. So he basically had 43.2 extra turns. Now what the difference is an exponential problem. Why? Not a problem, exponential growth. Because what happens if he extra turns back into a guaranteed extra turn? Well, now we're going extra turn into guaranteed extra turn, back into another chance to roll the dice again. So this 240 can quickly become 280, 290, 300. So you're basically giving yourself free dice rolls. So, just want to thank you in your stream, all your great advice. I've never been able to beat Dark Fate 120 until now, and now I can farm it. Excellent, Des. That's really good to hear. Farming Dark Fate is so good. Is Relentless good on Deacon? Yeah. But the thing about Deacon is, do you want him to go that many turns? The champions like Mithrala Daithi, Nekmo Thar, champions like Whisper, you don't care that they go extra turns because you want them to. Whereas Deacon is speed tunable, so you might not want him to take those extra turns where you don't want him to. So you've got to be careful about that. Like Nekmo Thar, the reason why he's so good in Hydra is you put him in Relentless and he just keeps extra turning on that extra turn, and he fills turn meter. So you're boosting your entire team forward every single time. So that's the value of why Relentless with a extra turn is so valuable, is because what you're doing is you're rolling the dice more. You're basically giving yourself a free roll of the dice to try and get that Relentless proc. And if you can get the Relentless proc back into the guaranteed proc again, you're going to get another proc. And it's an exponential thing. So you can quickly turn a 4-1 champion like I had with Mr. Diethy doing 200 actions or 240 actions into 300 actions because he keeps working his way back round to the guaranteed A3. It's quite nutty. And Diethy's even better because he's guaranteed to do an extra turn if he lands the decreased defense. So you get an extra safety one. Exactly, Taha. It's all exponential growth. The more you can get, the faster you can make Nekmathar, the more your team does. Because you get back around to your max HP and you'll go quicker. You get decreased speed out quicker. You get decreased attack out quicker. It's such a strong ability. So, going back to the original question, should you run Crushing Rend or Phantom Touch on Whisper? If you've got Cruelty on Dark Fae, yes. If you don't have Cruelty on Dark Fae, no. Unless you're running more than 262% crit damage. If you're running 300% crit damage, then yes. Because crit damage can scale it harder. So it depends on where your crit damage is. How much crit damage did you have, Dutchy, on your build? You said you had 7,400 attack. How much crit damage? Which would you say is better for general content? Artak, Relentless, or Regen? I actually think for general content, Ada, Artak with stun set for wave control. And then you put Leech on him to get some healing. Artak suffers from healing. Yeah, I'm going to be finishing the stream very soon, Acrobat, so don't worry. My new Mythia team just did 75 million on Brutal. What do you reckon that'll be on Ultra Nightmare? Probably 40 to 50 mil. Mr. T2 Sugars. Something like that. 280%. So, it's basically equal, Dutchy, without Cruelty. But whenever you add a little bit of Cruelty, Crushing Rend starts dominating. So a 3-star Cruelty, 12% more. A 4-star Cruelty, a 6-star Cruelty, 20% more. So, yes. On attack and crit damage, how do you scale? I use the Optimizer Neo. The Optimizer tells me the scale. I don't actually work it out manually anymore. I just tell the Optimizer to give me the highest damage in build, and it gives me the highest damage in build. Okay, Regen then, Ada. I would say. If you got 6-star Cruelty, then Crushing Rend. 20% Lux, 20% more damage. This is your build here. So Phantom Touch proc on Cruelty is going to be doing this much damage here. Yeah. So for the turn, we should get 15,000. It'll be 19,000. Why? Because we're getting this difference here. And obviously, Hero Soul is trash because it's only 3%. If Hero Soul was, like, stacked up, Hero Soul would be pretty close as well. And I think for Hydra, if you were running it Hydra there, I'm pretty sure we're on Hydra Rotation 3 at the moment, are we? That's about the same. We're talking like 4,600 defense. It's difficult to stack Cruelty. Crushing Rend even in Hydra. Over Hero Soul. So Crushing Rend. But again, the Crushing Rend needs to be 6 out of 6, otherwise it's trash. Whereas at least with Phantom Touch, it's okay. So what you would do probably is you would keep with Phantom Touch until such a point where you can swap to the Crushing Rend at 6 out of 6, right? So when I pull my 276 Soul Stones or whatnot, I'm going to be looking to see if I can get Whisper much higher, right? She's in my wish list. I want Whisper to be higher. There you go. There was your XL for night. I'm going to save that, actually. Whisper, PT versus PT, Crushing Rend, and Soul comparison. I think that's a good little document. That's probably video worthy, to be honest. Might do a video on that. Gotta say, it's very interesting. Where were we before we got distracted? Do you know what? Turkey is a place I really want to travel to, because Turkey used to be, not that I want to educate people on the world history, Turkey used to be Constantinople. or Istanbul, I should say, used to be Constantinople, which used to be the center of the Byzantine Empire, which used to be the Eastern Roman Empire. So it has basically the world's collection of all the religious artifacts in the world and all the different, I used to be the center of the commerce world in the medieval era. Great history in terms of like the Ottoman Empire conquering the fall of Constantinople. It's got everything there. It's built like it's Islam, it's Christianity, it's Judaism, it's everything. It's the center of, at one point was the center of the world. Really, really fascinating city to attend. It gets mixed up in all the other politics these days and modern things, but if you really get to the history of Istanbul, there's lots to cover there. Hagia Sophia. So I really want to visit one day. It's on my list. I'm running Myth Seeker right now with Brogni and Fane. Would the Myth Air with Alika and Fane do more damage? Myth Seeker with Brogni. Yeah. Alika's going to outdamage Brogni by a mile. By a country mile. Istanbul, not Constantinople. Yeah. There is, yeah. Have you on Netflix, there is they've done a couple of, like, they did it with the Roman Empire and they did it with the Ottoman Empire, where it was like these kind of like rise of an empire. It's like a docudrama kind of thing, where it's basically a documentary series with historians, but they put a bit of drama in there as well. And there was one with what's his name's not Vlad. There was a series with Vlad and Mehmet the Second, I think. The guy who conquered Constantinople was the person who was in charge of the fall of Constantinople, which ended basically the Roman Empire as they knew it back then. It's a really good Netflix show. It's like six episodes long. It basically goes into the fall of Constantinople, and there's a second one with Vlad the Impaler. It's really, really interesting. I enjoyed it. Yeah, exactly. Mehmet series. I couldn't remember his name for a second. I'm probably saying it wrong as well. It's like Mehmet or something. Really fascinating. So everyone goes to Turkey at the moment for the medical treatments. Yeah, it's here. At what point do you switch from poison burn damage to raw damage? Normally when you start building an unkillable team, Carter. When you have a traditional team, like a ally protector team, that's when you'll stick with your poison damage champions, because generally you can't build attack. When you can start indexing heavily into, I don't need defense, I don't need to stay alive, I just want to go all out damage, that's when you can start moving away from your poisoners and start, bringing support champions with toxic sets. Like you can see here, I'll show you my clan boss team here. I'm number 1 at the moment. Full on damage. Riho is in the toxic set. I don't need poisoners. We just full damage output. 191 million. Yeah, Diablo. They did Gaius Julius Caesar. There was a series, Rise of an Empire for Rome. They did 3 series of that. They did Julius Caesar. They did what's his name? Marcus Aurelius' son. Not Nero. Commodus? I want to say Commodus. I think they did one on Commodus. And they did another one as well. No, they didn't do one on Nero. It's Commodus, I'm pretty sure. I'm sure it's Commodus. What did they do? Commodus, Julius Caesar, and Caligula, the Mad Emperor. So but yeah, you can see here, I don't need poison because I just got raw damage in Rorik and Rabbit. When are we going to get this Rabbit CB team with Double Seeker? I don't know. I haven't built one with Double Seeker. I've got one that's going to work with Gintoro, but I need to check why it's not working with the Rabbit at the moment, because doing something funky. Did we need to change anything else with this team? I don't think we did we? I think we were done with this team. Let's just check. I think I had to slow slow Teodor down. Have you listened to the Fall of Civilizations podcast? I don't think I have. They're actually filming Gladiator 2, but they had an accident on set, I think. I don't really know how it's going to work, but... Yeah, but we weren't going to do the rebuild tonight. I was going to wait till the frenzy set was complete. I think it was... I had to slow down Teodor, which I think I did. Which is now right, because Teodor should hopefully extend. He got heal reduction. That's going to kill him. Okay, well, we lost Teodor because he got 3%ed with a heal reduction at the most inopportune time. That's the only downside to not having Elva. We don't have the cleanse with Owella. Owella's going to give us more continuous heals. We don't have the cleanse, though. Still pretty fast, though, I think, even without that. Like, obviously, the boss is cleansing. I think that's the biggest difference. The boss is cleansing his A2 on a bad rotation. But it's still like... The cool thing about Artak here is his passive is giving him so much defensiveness. Oh, never mind. Owella died somehow. It's okay. That was close. A rebuild of Owella is necessary. How do you feel about possibly swapping Riho for Loriaka to get block buffs more? For what? For what area, Daniel? You've got... Oh, so if you've got a... You've got a Tomb with Double Seeker, have you? Cool. We'll have to have a look at that. Ping me tomorrow. We'll have a look at that. Hey, Matthias. Good evening, Sav. How would you repair Polymorph if you could? I would remove one of the effects that Polymorph procs on, so that it can only proc on, like, stealing buffs. Or removing buffs, right? I'd make it a 1-turn cooldown. And I would make the model... basically mirror your stats. And maybe you get immunity like you do the Hydra heads. Like, I'd want it to return back with the same number of HP that I had. Cleanse is an option as well. I feel like this is a solid team, though. It's fast. I don't know what the fastest Ice Golem 10 is, but it feels really fast to me. Like, it's a fast team. I don't know if anyone's done it any faster. Let's have a look on the optimizer. Let's run it 5 times, see how stable it is. Have you ever watched the amazing docuseries Concord? I have not. "54 seconds. So they're using triple activator. I'm not that far off, to be honest. How the hell are they staying alive? I bet that's edgy your seat stuff, that. I can't imagine they're staying alive much. Are they using just the equalizer? Yeah, he's using the HP equalizer to put yourself back to HP. Crazy, crazy idea, because what he's basically doing is he's opening the burn, then opening A2, then we activate. No, what are we doing? Start round 3. Yeah, so we open with the burn, we extend it, and then we reapply the burn. Oh, no, so we open in with the burn, extend, double activate, and probably, yeah, that's just like, probably like, just double, triple activate. That team's a lot faster than any other team. So I've got a pretty fast team here. It's pretty much up there with the fastest. Oh, sorry, I wasn't showing you. My bad. Professional streamer. I'm getting tired, if you can tell. This is the team. It's like crazy fast. Crazy stats. Basically, they've got 3 champions. I think my team's easier to build. Because you don't need as much resistance and accuracy on all these champions. How crazy these builds are to make this work. Meanwhile, I'm just like... No, Owella died. I think we're doomed on this run. I just wanted to run it 5 times to see how reliable it was. It might require an Owella rebuild. That heal reduction is nasty. Obviously, without Owella's increased resistance, we don't get... He's holding on. Problem is, he has no healing because he's not in regen. If Owella dies, we're screwed. What about 90%? Back. Filter. Alright, it's the fastest one there. Some variations at 1 minute 31, but this is like super fast. Yeah, I mean, obviously Frenzy's going to be replaced. I'd probably survive that if Artak wasn't like... I think her fail rate... Yeah, I can see the fail rate. Before this happens. Basically, if she double crits herself, then it dies. Until we get the decreased attack out. Once we get the decreased attack out, then she's probably fine. But until we get that decreased attack out with some stack and delay death, like, I don't really know what her Owella is. That's why I think Triple Defiant is the way to go. Like, she's fully mastered, but just Triple Defiant. To try and mitigate it. Because it's going to be the crits that fail me. So I'd go something like this. Let me just reset this. So I'd go something like this. Not that. You're never going to heal. This. This. That's what I would go. With that as well, right? Try and get myself some Termia back. Take the 8% so that if I crit, I get less damage reduction. Triple Defiant. And then this just doesn't fail. I don't think she dies then. Would Triple Defiant still trigger her passive? Well, it's only 15% HP you have to lose. Like, we're taking 30,000 HP, so 30,000 HP would be... She'd still be taking 16,000 HP. It's more than 15%, right? Even at like 70k HP or 65k HP, she needs to just take... she only has to take 9,000 damage. So I think Triple Defiant will do it. Or Stalwart and Defiant. Triple Defiant is better though, because it's more AoE damage reduction. Because Triple Defiant is only going to be 0.3 times 0.15. Reverse it. Uh, 0.7 times 0.85. That's only going to be 59. It's like, what's that? 40. 1 minus. That's only going to be 40% damage reduction. So essentially, Triple Defiant is 5% more damage reduction than Stalwart Defiant. Because Stalwart Defiant is not additive, it's multiplicative. Triple Defiant is additive. The Artak build is now this. $92,000 HP. He's in no sets. He's in 3 stone skin, 1 that. He's just in stats. He's not even in a set. He's not in regen. He's not in nothing. The Owella is the risk. If we can mitigate the risk on the setup, it seems to be the setup she's at the most risk. But the pace is good. It's fast, which is good actually because it mitigates the crit rates. If there's less chance of being crit, then it's much safer. Obviously, this heal reduction, I need to check. Maybe Teodor's not quite got enough resistance. Maybe he needs a little bit more. Because that heal reduction is going to kill him, right? So we need to make sure you never get the heal reduction. Could be got 3%ed. But to be honest, Teodor's done his job here now. We just need to get a couple more HP burns out. And it's over. There you go. So, 5 runs, we had 1 fail. And they were running at 1 minute 25 average. Accuracy T6. Why would I want Warmaster? Warmaster can proc his passive. Warmaster can activate Ice Golem passive. Don't want that. Very bad. I gotta start thinking now. I gotta start keeping pieces like this. Because I haven't got any cursed gear. I sold it all. So cursed gear is gonna have to be kept now. I need more gear kept. I'll check what he needs now. He should have enough. I mean, dude, he's got 321 with an increased res buff. And an aura. He's got 321 plus 76 aura. He's got 397 resistance. I think he just got 3%ed. Like, I think you need, what, 455? So with, unless he got caught, unless he's speed tuning where he doesn't have increased resistance. Could be. But as long as he's got res buff up, it should be fine. And res buff should be extended by Oella. Because he's slower than Oella. So Oella should always be putting the res buff up. Then with a Wet Hand of Spring extending it. So he should always have it up. We'll do a run now to make sure. Resist on bosses. No. When you take 391 and you put 1.5 buff on, my Teodor's effectively 586. That's what Tahar was saying, Neo. What he was saying was when you put increased resistance buff up from the Oella with the aura, I've got 75 aura, and it's 312 or something, his effective resistance is actually like 600. So the question is he getting it when the resistance buff is up? Because he shouldn't extra turn, he hasn't got relentless. It's got refresh, but no relentless. So, in theory, as long as increased resistance is up, like now, he's got it for 3 turns. He should never run out, because Oella's going to A2, extend the duration. So he should never run out now. A2 again, extend the duration. Extend the duration. So yeah, he's always got it up. Accuracy, you need 355. Resistance, you need about 455. Ooh, he got hit by something there. I don't think we had decreased attack out. Must have 3% of the decreased attack. It's scary, but I think it's okay. Because I think even if we lose 1 or 2 along the way, like we just got 3%, it would decrease defense. There's no way that she's not got enough resistance. As long as we get close, I think with the brimstone and stuff, we'll get it down because Artak will finish it off. But it's a consistent 1 minute 21. If I can rebuild the Oella to be a little bit safer and a little bit like more secure, should be good. $225. Yeah, but Teodor had 321 duchy. Yeah, Teodor's got 321 resistance. 321. Yeah, it's fine. That's what I'm saying. He should be plentiful. He should be well and truly above the average. So as long as he doesn't lose the res buff, which he shouldn't do because every time she places a buff, she extends it the next turn, and she's gone faster than him, then he should basically remain with enough, right? He's got enough accuracy here. It's the same with Artak. Like, Artak has got 233. But to be honest, Artak could be a little bit more extreme because he's going to get resistance from his passive. You looked, he's like almost always fully depleted. So in essence, he's going like 50 speed, 100 speed faster. And he's also getting that 50% defense, which is why Artak's a lot tankier. Which is why I can basically just run this. I don't really need to run him in regen because he's got 50% defense. Effectively, he is running with 6,300 defense. He doesn't need anything else. He's never going to take any damage. He's super tanky. So yeah, as long as Owella lives, I think it's a pretty safe team. If Owella dies, then we've got problems because it's the only source of healing. Yeah, but it doesn't matter he's low HP, right? Because essentially he's taking no damage. If we look at how much damage he actually takes when we run it, it's really low. So will this team end up with around 3% fail rate without getting heal reduction? I think she can outlast the heal reduction if she gets enough turn. What I don't know is what the impact of losing Frenzy is, because right now, every time she loses a chunk of her damage, she basically gets a turn. Like, watch the turn meter now. When she gets a turn here, right? She heals. Watch the turn meter. Boom. Full turn meter. I don't know what the impact of losing that is going to be. We didn't get decreased attack there as well. That's a fail. This could hurt. We're kind of dependent a little bit on the decreased attack as well. If that decreased attack is not out, that is a bit of an issue. But Artak ends up getting so much speed that it doesn't really matter. There's potential I could run Artak a lot faster as well to basically take advantage of getting back around to his abilities quicker. This could be totally speed tuned. I only put a random 220 figure together for Artak. It wasn't like a speed tune. And we've just randomly thrown Teodor in to be slower than Artak. I have no idea what the implications are of running Artak and Teodor faster than the boss. So they take a turn before the boss. They're not doing that at the moment. But I mean, 1 minute 14. It's big. That's 7 runs and only 1 fail because Owella died. Well, I just don't know what the impact of losing the Frenzy set is going to be. Like, obviously I could just run Owella faster, but Frenzy gives you so much turn meter. I could just get away with making her much tankier in like triple Defiant or Stalwart Defiant. So she just, like, all this damage gets mitigated. You just got absolutely pummeled by something there. Don't ask me what happened with Teodor there, but something just wrecked him. Like Teodor, I'd have to, I probably need to rebuild him to be tankier. Like if we build them all into Stalwart, like I think that reduces the risk rate a lot, right? He probably just got critted. Like decreased attack on this boss is crazy good because the boss multipliers are very high. Okay, here we go. Is this a fail? We got heal reduction. I love Resurgent. I really do. Never underestimate the value of Resurgent. Resurgent just took the debuff away. Yeah, exactly, Taha. You can basically equivalent... if she takes 25% damage, she gets 50% turn meter. It's a speed buff. Decreased attack matters. You're not surviving these hits on a crit without decreased attack. That's why Artak is so good, Neo. That's why I think Artak's best place was always going to be Ice Golem. Because he's AoE activator, which makes it better than Dreng. And he's also got decreased attack, which means that you get that level of security and safety. See, my run never had... when I was running Dreng with Elva Owella, Duchy, I never used his A3. I turned it off because it would slow me down. I'm trying to get Artak to work in my Ice Golem hard setup with Dreng, Artak, Brogni, and Syl. Yeah, there's not enough healing. Pluffy, you need more healing. Like, This is why I've got Oella in here, because she's just an absolute monster healer. Look how much heal she's about to do. It's a big chunk of healing. She's basically healing like 45% of my champions every 3 turns. Oh, he just got crit because we didn't have decreased attack. So it's a bit ropey in the sense that Teodor probably needs better builds. If we lose decreased attack, then there's always a risk that we could get one-shot nastily. But here we go. Is there a fail rate? She got back around to abilities quickly. So as long as we don't get one shot here, which it didn't. So there's probably a lot of different things that could cause it to fail. Is it ever going to be 100%? I think Ice Golem is probably one of the few areas in this game. We've got decreased accuracy now. I think Ice Golem is one of those few areas in this game that I'm not sure you can ever get fully 100%. Too much going on. There's too many conditions. Like, does it crit? Do you get decreased defense on a 3%? Does someone just get double crit back to back? But it looks pretty stable for as much as you can. Even my machine gun Frozen Banshee didn't do it 100%. So, looks good though. I'm happy with it. Like, this is hard 10. I think Artak is better than Seer here, yes. Because, again, decreased attack. I think Artak and Seer together, crazy combo. Just Teodor is better here because he doesn't really attack. Another benefit I would have here, if I actually had a freaking protected smite. I do love the fact they made a big point to say, well, if you use Brimstone, when Brimstone activates, it will decrease the ally's max HP. And I'm like, well, the boss has 1 turn that can activate it on a 4-turn cooldown, which happens to cleanse the debuff, which means it doesn't work. And the allies don't have any active abilities, which means they can never activate Smite. So, Smite never works. Because it's a very small window in which Smite can ever work. Or you need to be 6 out of 6. So that when he does his A2, he doesn't wipe the Smite. Because right now, the Smite is doing nothing. It's actually totally pointless. Uh-oh, Oella. Oh. Oella really needs to lose that decreased attack. There we go. It's a pretty stable run, though. Once, like, I think it's going to be like 95% at the moment. I'll run it a few times, see what we get to. Yeah, and we'll go from there. Obviously, I've got to do the tournament, right? So, we didn't really get to do gear cleansing tonight. That's going to have to wait for another night. But I need to do that for the artifact enhancement. But I need to run it up here to run this. So, that will be done tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll finish the dungeon divers off tomorrow as well. And we'll get this platinum chest. And we'll see what juicy rewards we get out of this. Yeah. So, I finished Faction Wars, waiting for CVC. Congratulations, Dennis. Right in time. You did it in time before the Silver Watches comes out next patch. Well done. Well done. Well done. How much gem would you wager for not doing the second Summer Rush? I'm not doing the second Summer Rush. I don't need to do it. I won the Dragon Tourney. I found my 5 extra fragments, so I can skip the second Summer Rush. Well, the thing is, Dandabear, if there's an artifact enhancement, I always try to do it on stream because, I'll be honest, I hate doing gear cleansing on my own, so having a bit of company doing it helps a lot. It helps me push, and it also helps hold me accountable so that I actually gear cleanse properly. Whereas a lot of the time, I'll go, when I'm doing it offline, I'll go, I'll keep that piece. Oh, I'll keep that piece. I'll keep that piece. And then I end up not cleansing anything. So doing it on stream is actually great because it holds me accountable. Yeah, sometimes it's having an extra opinion that goes, yeah, you should sell that. Or no, you should keep that. No, are you sure you want to keep that? That kind of like third voice in the back. I hate divers, always more energy. Yeah, but I tell you what I do like about this setup, Zach. They've extended the dungeon divers over 2 tournaments. So you've essentially, you get more value out of it. Resurgent helped me there. That was a big crit. We took a massive amount of damage there from something. We didn't get decreased attack up either. That's when losing decreased attack is a problem, because now we kind of need... We're basically racing against time. Whoa, it's close. Because we didn't get decreased attack out twice. It did cover Dragon. Taha. That you had 1 day of Dragon with Dungeon Divers active. And you've got now the full Ice Golem with Dungeon Divers active. And you've got the next tournament where they've extended it over the 2. That's what I like about this a little bit, is they've made the Dungeon Divers longer. They've put premium rewards at the top. It's still 4,000 points. Whoa. What happened there? We just got absolutely slaughtered by something. Wow. Hey, Greta. Glad you're enjoying it. That's why I do it. I have absolutely no idea what happened there. Absolutely. I'm guessing everyone just got triple crit rate or something. Because I got absolutely annihilated. You know, I might need to open with the A2. Oh, he's going to cleanse it though, isn't he? I'm just thinking, do we need to open with the A2? So we get the decreased attack out, but he's going to cleanse it. That's the problem. Does he cleanse after or before? After. RNG run, yeah, I guess. I just wonder what viability it is to open with the A2, so we at least have the decreased attack out for the first hit. Let's try opening. I just want to try it. Could be a mistake. Have you tried King Grog in PvP lately? With the buff meta going on, he's crazy OP and massive sleeper, base 20% ignore defense. Can easily go with 100%. The problem with him, Crypto Guy, is he is Force Affinity. So trying to kill Duchess is a problem. He's very squishy. And yeah, I don't know. I think he's definitely interesting. I like his revive mechanic. Very good into multi-revivers, right? Could be interesting. Like, we took a lot less damage there. The only downside is, well, that whole thing about Seer dying is going to be a problem now because we haven't killed the Seer. So Seer is just going to kill all the minions. So that's the only downside.